Satkartar dosto, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Very good morning, or rather an afternoon here in India. The weather is not too bad, a little overcast outside in Nizamuddin East. I wonder where you are and how's it doing up there. Today is the 26th of July, if I'm not mistaken, and it's not the 106th Baiṭhak yet, it is 94b. It's part 2 of my conversation with photographer Bandeep Singh. I spent a few hours looking at his works, and it was quite an eventful Baiṭhak, I guess. So I'm told. A couple of words for those of you who are joining today for the first time to look at Bandeep's work. Bandeep Singh is the Delhi-based autodidact photographer and group photo editor for the India Today group. His editorial photography has appeared in publications including Time, Fortune, and the New York Times. Over the last decade, he has served on the jury of the India Habitat Center Grant for Photography and is a core member of the Photosphere Photography Festival organizing team. Bandeep is best known for his portraiture. He's never shot mine. Though his personal photography projects reflect his interests in Indology, mysticism, and Sufi poetics. He has presented 6 solo exhibitions, and his work features in the permanent collections of the Essl Museum of Contemporary Art in Vienna and the Nirankari Museum of Faith in New Delhi. For the past 3 years, Bandeep has won the gold medal for Best in Feature Photography at the WNIFRA Asian Media Awards, and he is a recipient of the Charles Wallace Award for Photography. दोस्तों जी आया नु ऐतवार दी दोपहर चढ़ चुकी है ते मेरी वार्ता ਬੰਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤਸਵੀਰਬਾਜ਼ ਹਨਗੇ ਫੋਟੋਗ੍ਰਾਫਰ ਹਨਗੇ 94ਵਾਂ ਮੇਲਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਦੂਜਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਜੀ ਆਇਆ ਆਖਦਾ ਹਾਂ Bandeep Singh Honanu. Bandeep, welcome.
Thank you, Baji.
To the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. Mēlā 94b. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
You seem to be very busy. What, are you pretending to be busy or what? What's going on?
No. I'm just, getting a sense of...
I know you're scratching your chair. I mean...
getting a sense of these screens. How are you?
Why would you want to get a sense of the screens?
I'm
a Punjabi, I understand the sense of the screens, but what is the sense of the screens?
So there are multiple screens on my phone. People are messaging, where do we get the link and all that. So I'm just kind of replying them and, getting on my WhatsApp.
All right. तो मैं योग मुद्रा धार लेता हूँ कोई जीवन में नहीं किया तो आप बता दीजिएगा जब हम तैयार शुरू हो जाएं, जब आप स्नेह संदेशे मतलब सौखंड वो गाना याद आ रहा है मेरे को जाओ पिया मुझसे करो ना बात मुश्ताक हुसैन खान साहब फ्रॉम रामपुर वुड सिंग जाओ पिया मुझसे करो ना बात रात रहत सौतन साथ कहाँ से कहूँ मैं दुख की बात रैन बीती पिया ना आए तारों भरी गुजरी रात तो आप बात मेरे से कर रहे हो संदेश लोगों के पढ़ रहे हो ये तो
नहीं वो जब तक आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे तो मैं जवाब दे रहा था
अच्छा अब तो नहीं दे रहे हैं ना आप
आई एम ऑल योर्स
ये दाढ़ी सफेद हो गई लगता है पिछले दिनों में
नहीं वो आपकी दाढ़ी की रिफ्लेक्शन पड़ रही है
ओह अच्छा मतलब मेरी दाढ़ी की रिफ्लेक्शन है मेरी रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं है कितना झूठ बोल दे हो यार तुसी काश क्या होता कि मेरी रोशनी पै रही है ते चिट्टी दिख रही है ते गल बन जाती कोई
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ रोशनी ते दिलो दिमाग ते हैगी है दाढ़ी ते सिर्फ दाढ़ी दी रोशनी है
झूठ बोले कौआ काटे काले कौए से डरियो so I'm so excited because we have a surprise for everyone today which Bandeep is going to show towards the end of course. But we begin, Bandeep, can we begin from where we left? We had paused at Irfan Khan's portrait that you shot.
No, Paji,
you have any confessions to make before?
Yes, I want to begin on a different note.
I see.
I just wanted to today take this opportunity and say it on this platform with everybody watching, a lot of my friends watching, that you have completed 100 episodes. 100 episodes, Paji. This is not a joke. And I just wanted to, from the bottom of my heart, from everything that I hold true, I just want to tell you what a beautiful, what an amazing job you have done. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you, not just because I know you, as a person, I respect you, and we have exchanged so much heartfelt conversations in different places, even in Kartarpur Sahib, but it is what you are bringing to this platform it's of particular value to me. First of all, these are conversations. Why I feel so proud being a part of this occasion is that these are conversations which I feel, and I have participated in several to know that they are not happening for the sake of putting up a number on the screen. What you are doing is having a genuine conversation. And I am amazed at that, amazed at your ability to have these conversations for hours, at length, with such a diverse range of people and such a diverse range of subjects. And I must tell you, your questions are so pertinent and they are so incisive that, a lot of times I feel that I have, through the exchanges that I've had, during the last conversation, I was reflecting at my own work, and I have seen a lot of people do that in their conversations with you, and I think it is commendable. And, then another thing is that there is such an, let us say, such a, egalitarian thought behind the conversation. You are a classical musician, you are a trained classical musician, but I see no hierarchy in your conversation. There is no sense of, being condescending anywhere or being, accommodative, so to say, in anything. You are, when you converse, even when you are conversing with Baldeep Singh, and the folk singers, how you bring in your insights into understanding folk without the kind of so-called looking down upon me, folk music, which a lot of people from the classical genre do, and there is a sense of patronizing attitude towards folk music, which I feel you completely eschew, and you are, your conversations completely don't even have a hint of that. And I want to congratulate you for that. This is amazing. You're talking with Manganyars, you're talking with Punjabi folk singers. And I think that is such an important area that you have plugged and addressed by these conversations. Then you also are going across genres into photography, painting. It's incredible. And I think generations to come, this is, I've mentioned in one of your talks that this is like you have taken an udasi into the virtual space. It's like it's a true tribute to Gurū Nānak Sahib, that here you are taking an udasi into this virtual space, and again engaging with the minds that matter to you, engaging with the people that inspire you, people that you find intriguing, and you are having a varta with them, and it is very much in line with that spirit, and I see it like that. And I just wanted to congratulate you and tell you that it's a great thing, and then I hate you for it.
बस इतनी ही तारीफ,
अब
बस
सारी तारीफ शब्दों में नहीं होती, कुछ जगह ऐसी होती हैं जहाँ मौन हो जाता है.
I wrote to Pallavi today कि नफरत का सौदा हम करते रहे, नफरत का सौदा हम करते रहे, इल्जाम लगा कि हम आशिक ठहरे.
She sent you that message. What was that bizarre message you sent in the morning? Bandeep, I hate you. Baldeep,
No, Baldeep hates me.
Bandeep hates
He
me.
hates me. Whatever it was. What was it? I have forgotten. Was it? Did I actually send it?
At 2 o'clock in the night, you sent a chain message for about 15 conversations, all of them saying Bandeep hates me and Baldeep hates me, attributing it to me and attributing to yourself, you know. But then the best answer was given by Pallavi in the morning. She wrote back saying, "Lagta hai aap ek dusre ke aashik ho."
So I actually updated. The one that you may have received was he hates me, he hates me. Like Bandeep, he hates me, Baldeep, he hates me, Bandeep, he hates me, Baldeep, he hates me. It goes on and says Bandeep, I hates him, Baldeep, I hates me. So this is how it actually became. And then she sent, yes, it says, I think you both are in love. That is when I wrote that नफरत का सौदा हम करते रहे, इल्ज़ाम लगा कि हम आशिक ठहरे. अच्छा, उसने कुछ और भी लिखा है. अब था उम्र इल्ज़ाम सर आँखों पे रख जीते रहे. अब था उम्र इल्ज़ाम सर आँखों पे रख जीते रहे. यही दुआ है आप दोनों के लिए. Yes. That's yes, that was you call it a bizarre message. What? How dare you call it bizarre? What's bizarre in it? It's truth. It's eternal truth. Bandeep, he hates me. Baldeep, he hates me. And I hates him and I hates me. And you call it bizarre. Shame on you. As my friend Arnab Goswami would say, shame on you, Bhai Baldeep. And I'll say, shame on you. Like that. By the way, today is going to be my last participation. This was recorded on Friday on his channel. And anyway, so anyway, jokes apart, I thank you for your kind words, howsoever sparse they were, howsoever, not good enough they were. It's okay, I'll take them. क्या करें, कंजूसों से पाला पड़ा है तो तारीफ भी करते हैं तो सुंगड़ के ये भी not bad, huh? This मैं तो अब कवि बन गया. So it's wonderful. No, it has been a journey also for me, Bandeep. Now that you're somehow placing me in a space where I'm now, I was already reflecting when you were talking. I was just, after singing, I was in silence, and then I woke up. I mean, I sort of came out. I was in, it was whatever, 39th or 37th day in isolation, in lockdown in Italy, in Rome. And something was happening, and I picked up the phone. I had no idea whom I was calling when I picked up the phone. Then, while I opened the contacts, I just went to search for Luigi Polsini, and I then heard myself saying, as he heard me say, that there's a series I'm beginning of conversations, and I want to begin with you. And he says, sure. I said, what are you doing day after tomorrow, which was April 19th. That would have been April 19th, Sunday. And that's when I began, as many Sundays back, 13, I think, 12 or 13 Sundays back. And the moments later, the next call was to Juliana Sosha. She's a jazz pianist from Rome. I said, hey, Juliana, now I knew what I had spoken to Luigi. So I said, hey, I'm starting this conversations. What are you doing on Monday evening? She says, we're all caught up, I have nowhere to go. So she agreed. Then I called Dr. Jussi Caruso in Brussels. I said, hey, this is what I'm doing. Starting with Luigi, then Juliana, and then what do you think on Tuesday? She says, I'm in lockdown. I don't have my piano. I have my electronic piano. I said, doesn't matter. We're in lockdown. So it'll be the electronic one. And then I called Zhenya Svigilev, the Russian saxophonist from the Royal Academy of Music, London. He agreed. That was the fourth. I said, Adi Jogad Hebi Te Hosi, Char Pure Ho Gaye. And the Udasi, as you have so very kindly said, yes, it is inspired by Gurū Nānak. He travelled, and Vatican is said to be the farthest he has travelled. He's the second most travelled person in human history. If you add the Vatican and other visits, which some people, because of course the Vatican then wouldn't want to reveal what was the conversation of the Pope with Gurū Nānak. So if they've kept hidden, I am not surprised. They would have had to reveal, and they were still burning Brunos and others, that later that century. So I thought of beginning from Rome because of that. It was like retracing the steps back from as far as the legends go that he traveled. And it has been very moving for me to look at, but it's something that I've done for 33 years, conversing with people. All these years it has been quiet. Nobody has known that I work like this, without, as Luca Lombardi the other day, shocked me by saying, I've heard a legend that you don't sleep. Have you trained for this, for not sleeping? I was almost saying that if 33 years of work doesn't train you, of selfless work without any institutional support, renouncing my flying career 30 years ago, instead of flying fighters, I've been chasing elders and memory bearers, realizing that any civilization lives in the memory of its people, and if you want to destroy civilization, create a drift or a rift or a fissure between the memory bearers and the unassuming youngsters or the youth, the coming generations. So I began to bridge that, somehow link, put a rope before the ships drifted apart forever, or I thought of salvaging as much as possible into the from the elders before they went away into silence. It's been a journey. This is happening virtually in public glare. That's the only difference. It's been moving for me also in that regard, because many people didn't know how I worked. And today, Bhavdeep from New York texted me, who's a former CEO of the Fortis chain, a very dear friend. And he said something. He said, really good stuff that you're doing here, and I'm impressed that you've kept us going for so long. Thank you, he says. So I wrote back that yes, 13 relentless weeks, starting 57 hours without sleep. It has settled to 18 to 21 hours before alarm shakes me off the bed. So that was my answer back. But thank you for your kind words. I am only enriched. It is the collateral benefit is that the coming generations or people at large would get to see how, for example, you have touched the trigger, how you have seen through the lens, how you learn to see through the lens, how you now show us what it is to see through the lens, and how must one see through the lens, where that you do not have to abuse just because we have the power of the touch. If I am touching a note, holding a note, letting it go, or holding as it's been moving. And I've got so many wonderful artists, like I've had the fortune of speaking with artist Prem Singh, Siddharth. I have so many friends and elders whom I still want to converse with, Mother Nature willing. It is enlightening. I would have been poorer without these conversations, and I'm glad that it has been found to be meaningful, a meaningful intervention, and some have said that it's a lasting contribution. It is their only kind. My purpose was none of these. I thought, let me just sensitize people when everybody's shut, everything is shut, everybody is in sort of a cage, and cage of their own making. It's just that now they have to stay within that. That they had spent all their lives making these ghonslas, but for the first time they were being told that you cannot get out of them. Even the birds make their own cages, but they only come to rest. Then they are wandering. For the first time they were being told it's a virtual cage, no? So I thought it's important to look at, instead of this, everybody with a smartphone has become a television station, a radio station. I forced myself to sing 4, 5, 6 times in the midst of doing the COVID-19 updates from ground zero in Italy. Then I thought that, I have done this all my life since I began drifting from my flying, my aviation, aviator's incarnation. Let me use this opportunity to share with the people what is it to be a Vidyadhar, a knowledgeable one, a knowledge bearer. What is it to become one? And what does it take to create one Vidyadhar? And that is the purpose. There are many who are so respected, who have earned their space, and it's eye-watering. Like yesterday I was in conversation with Bhai Baldeep Singh of Pottersam, and he tells me, I had no idea, right? So I went with, he never sent me a CV, a biography. I asked for it. There was none that they had, and he's so famous. And he tells me live, for me, it was like a revelation, that he had never taken any formal education in music. It's by hearsay, it's through the oral experience that he is singing. Save an elder here, Bhai Monpal Singh, the brother of Bhai Prathipal Singh, the sons of Bhai Jassapala, Rababis, and that he taught him a Bhairavi's Chalan in the Madh Saptak, Tar Saptak, and bit of Mandha Saptak. Then he sang compositions that were inspired from that. It's moving to see that. And these are people who are, known, and to go to the Manganiyas, as Komal Kothari would tell, that they do not have the names of the 7 notes. The Langas and the Manganiyas and the Bhopas and the Saperas, but they sing. They know it's a rag, but they don't know what note it is. If I ask them, Sakar Baba, it is he says, आप स्वर ना बोलिए, आप गाइए, मैं वैसे सुन लूँगा, समझ जाऊँगा. I don't need to know that सा सा रे रे गा, it's a sul fakta. He says, वो सब समझ आ रहा है मेरे को. I can see it, I can hear it. You don't need to tell the notes. I said, gee, this composition is notes only. There's nothing else in it. It's a tika. Such conversations, such revelations of how excellence has brewed over centuries and across ages. And the phenomenon of becoming learning to be a witness, learning to witness it, learning to respect it without, any colored glass. What is it to see? If the parampara I have been groomed by has not allowed me a transparent eye, then it has flopped. It has the parampara, the pedagogy that I have undergone, falls flat on its face. If I am not gifted with a transparent eye, with the courage to see that I have not seen before, with the courage to see that which will surprise me, that which will shock me, that which will startle me. I want to taste that sense, that state of awe. I want to experience that wonderment, again and again and again and again, from the simplest of the things to the most complex constructs. And I'm like an addict.
The wonderment is what you experience when you drop your sense of understanding and knowledge. When you drop that and you are actually, this is photographic speak, that when you are locked onto the act of seeing for the act of seeing and not through the filters of seeing, only when you're locked on through the lens, and the lens is not just a physical entity, it's a metaphor also. The lens is your focus, is your chit, and through your chit, you're locked onto seeing, chit laye ke, that is when the magic leaps at you. That is when, what is inherent, will come at you from every direction. And, when I did my first show, it was
before you go to the first show, Guru Gobind Singh's Bola about Chit Lai, you said his extraordinary composition is Vapu Asri Tam Saye Neech Aaye Te Bhai Adhikari Nari Naye Je Je Saran Aaye Hari Bhaye Anand Ri Pravan Pravan Jananan Man Bach Karam Gun Gaye Chit Lai.
I don't remember scripture like this, but मैंने एक बहुत प्यारी गल याद आ रही है, which was said by a fakir. He used to be in Pinjore Gardens. He used to be a Khan Baba, and I remember every time I used to pass through Pinjore, I used to stop there to sit and hear his compositions. And this is what he said, and I'm reminded of this verse when I hear you say that. कि तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर.
तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर.
तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर. Look at the way. तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर, जो छेड़ देती है सबा कली को. तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर, जो छेड़ देती है सबा कली को. नक्शे पाक जलवा दिखा यारब. नक्शे पाक जलवा दिखा यारब, दीवाना मुंतजिर है बंदगी.
क्या बात है, वाह वाह वाह.
तो बंदगी के लिए मुंतजिर होना जरूरी है. नक्शे पाक जलवा तो खुल ही जाएगा. And I wrote a haiku on this very simple thing that we are talking. I've said that on a couple of occasions. I've written about it as well. It goes something like this. There is a chance. There is a chance when seeing stops. There is a chance when seeing stops, you will see the dance.
Wow.
So it is when you stop seeing through your filters, your certainties. Your certainties are your biggest filters. And when you stop seeing through those certainties and see for things what they are, as they are, it is then that the magic, you can perhaps receive the magic as it is.
Bishop. You were telling about the first exhibit.
So my first exhibition was in 2002, and what I did was I photographed inconsequential things. I would go to Bharatpur, nearest from Delhi. I would get weekends off and I would go to Bharatpur, and I would photograph completely inconsequential things in Bharatpur. People were looking for birds, people were looking for the Siberian cranes. Whereas I would just wander into the lanes and bylanes and the trails in the park, and I would look for, say, innocuous things like, leaves, broken leaves, twigs, you know, uh, the spider nets, webs, things like that, small inconsequential things, and I would photograph those. And what happened, after 2, 3 visits, it became a complete universe for me, for to completely go into small little things and completely immerse myself into it. So then, that was my learning. That was my, realization that when you are actually seeing, when you're actually into the process of seeing, you're also a receptacle. You're also a vessel. And only when you are a vessel, then you can expect something falling into it. And that, I still hold those images to be very magical for me, because they were not images, they were acts of seeing and acts of also receiving what came to me. So that has become a kind of a almost a process, this thing, that whenever I go into a situation to photograph, be it a portrait, a formal portrait session with a politician, or be it a situation, I always go with a mindset, that a preparation, that this is what I'll photograph. But in the process of photographing, I consciously drop that preparation and I say, okay, or once I'm done with it, once I've done with the picture that was there in my mind, because that is also very important to go and produce an image. So once what is in my mind is done, that is when I'm most alive, when it is done, because then I drop everything and then I begin to see, now let me receive. The best images that have happened to me, best images, are images where I have put aside what I wanted and have been open to receiving.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you a very interesting episode about this.
Can I want to, would you remember the episode? Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yeah.
There are two things. I just was looking for, I found a poem that I wrote in 2012 on also the idea of seeing that you shared, and then the other aspect is about Irfan's shoot that you did. When you were shocked, it was very striking for me that you thought for several minutes that you had missed the moment. Irfan knew you hadn't, that it was a bullseye. You had nailed the tear the moment it had occurred in the place it should have been. And you had caught it. He knew it. And that's when you later realized, you thought that by chance you saw that. That was one. I was reminded when you were talking. If I may read, I wrote, you all know that I'm not a poet, people, but it's something that I wrote on December 6th. I was in Natick, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It speaks of a rag, a note, and veena. It's in English. I hardly know English. Rag is not a note. Raga lives in a note. Rag lives between the notes. Veena, a fret, has a mere note. Like the wind does in and around Mother Earth, ragas dwell.
Wow.
Veena, a fret, has a mere note. Like wind does in and around Mother Earth, ragas dwell. Make your fingers the dances, ragas, fragrances so myriad. 2.
No, I lost this. Last.
Make your fingers the dancers, ragas, fragrances so myriad. 2. Singer is seen, song is not. Rag, Nad, Laya is not. Danceress is seen, dance is not. Poet is seen. That which a poem contains is not. Grieving is seen, grief is not. And you mentioned a fakir. Fakir is seen, fakiri is not. Words is a mere crucible. Words, a mere crucible, exists solely to contain earth. Flight is seen not. One merely witnesses the temple. Dance, poetry, song do occur, but in the inner sanctum. 3. Music is both cause and effect, swaying from sagar, ocean, to gagar, pitcher, to sagar. Music is both cause and effect, swaying from sagar, ocean, to gagar, pitcher, to sagar, like from water, vapor, clouds, then bound as if a composition each, set to talas very many, rivers, waves, a sip, ek ghut, the composer, the composed, the confused, all one. For it is after all music.
Wow. Echoes with the idea of Purnamida Purnamidam. You
know better.
Beautiful.
You were telling that episode. My apologies for the interruption.
Adi Hunta, this is a beautiful introduction. What you have said. It's a very beautiful. It's leading you to reflect. And बहुत खूबसूरत गल है. What you said about how the source returns to the source, but creating so many forms in between. So many myriad elements, structures, so many definitions, so many bound structures, and then goes back into the infinite. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. What I was talking about was, we were talking about receiving and seeing, how you receive and how you put aside what you want. So I was photographing Leander Pace and Mahesh Bhupati together. And the dramatic image that I went with and I had in my mind was, I wanted to photograph their athleticism, their physicality and the beauty of the athleticism. What happens in tennis is you really get to see the athleticism of and the beauty of the body. So I wanted to create a stark visual of both of them. So I asked them to take off their shirts and photograph with their tennis rackets, with the shirts off. Yeah. And so both of them were with their shirts off, and yet they were constantly laughing, whereas I wanted a dynamic, very animalistic kind of a image which showed raw power, and I wanted them to be intensely looking at the camera. And they were feeling so awkward with their shirts off with each other and standing next to each other, and they were just breaking out into laughter. And I was constantly upset with them, this is not the shot that I want. And I had this colleague of mine, amazing sports fighter, Rohit Brijnath, who was with me on that shoot. And I was constantly, fuming, कि यार की तुसी करी जाने हो. Whereas both of them were just, the more I would fume, the more they would break into laughter. And they were just, just breaking up, peeling into laughter. And, slowly everybody started laughing around, people in the, Rohit started laughing. And then Rohit suddenly pointed, while everybody was laughing, Rohit pointed it out to me, shoot, bastard, shoot! Shoot, bastard! And I was looking, I had that visual in my mind, that intense looking picture in the camera. And here they were laughing, their guts out. And Rohit said, I remember in the middle of this me standing like this, and Rohit said, shoot, bastard, shoot! And I, for that moment, it was like, suddenly, something, a veil is torn in front of you. That shoot, bastard, shoot. I'm just, I'm taken back into that space. I suddenly saw that amazing visual unfolding in front of me, which I was not seeing because I was locked by what was in my mind. And I picked up my camera and I began shooting that only. And, I think it's one of the most amazing pictures, most different pictures of Leander Paes and Mahesh Bhupathi. But the more important thing is that during that shoot, that's what I've taken with me inside. And I go into every situation now. And every time I find myself fuming and not getting the visual, I use those words for myself. Shoot, bastard, shoot! See, bastard, see!
Chor kare chori to pakda jaye. So you carry Rohit with you. My goodness, what a beautiful story.
So that's when so what happens is, and it happens to all of us, whenever we get into this block, block is nothing but the end of the passage that you have constructed in your mind. That's the block. Just get out of your mind. Get out of your mind and you will find the path again, and the path will come to you. So the learning and the experience now is to learn to drop the mind when you experience these blocks, and to know that you are in the middle of a block. Sometimes repeating ourselves gets substituted for creativity. Very often, when you keep repeating yourself and you subconsciously substitute as creativity, and because you are repeating, and it's very subtle because the images are different, but the bhav, the technique, the medium, the process is the same. So you see the difference in the form and say this is creating. It's actually not. You're repeating. Not that it's repeating is not it has its own value, but to understand, to see it as repetition, because you're not going from point A to point B to create something. You're not floating, you're not flowing. So, वो जो process है, to understand that you're not flowing and allow yourself to stop the process of repeating and then start flowing, that is a very, very important exercise. And stop, bastard, stop and see. And that's when you actually break the mold sometimes. Most images that I feel proud of, are images where this repetition has somewhat stopped, and something emerges which I joyously received. So, you know, Bota na kende hoye dete, we can talk with the images that.
And Manjari ji wrote, she says, तुम्हारी बात सुनकर नहीं, मेरी बात सुन के कहा है कि क्या बात है. अब तोड़ने मरोड़ने में क्या है, आज़ादी है भैया. तुम्हारी चीज़ छीनने में हमें क्या जाता है? तो तारीफ चाहे तुम्हारी हो, हम अपनी बना लेंगे. क्या बात है, मिल बैठे हैं दो दीवाने. Expression of both are amazingly moving. So the point I'm making is that listening to you, I just wrote. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I punched in the key so I don't forget it. So I took the cue from Divane and to what I was wanting to say. कि दीवाने बनो, चलने वाले बनो, राह खुलते जावेंगे, मोड़ मुड़ते जावेंगे. बंदा कई बार तैयार ही नहीं होता. और जड़ी in response to that shoot bastard shoot comment के बंदा fixated होता कई बार अपने ख्यालां च. आप दुनिया दी तस्वीर बना लेंदा है ते फिर विश्वास नहीं करता जदों वो तस्वीर मेल नहीं खांदी, मेच नहीं खांदी जो है, जो बनाया सी, जो तसव्वुर बनाया सी. बंदा सोचता है बस हुण रब च दुनिया बनावे तो हुण इदां दी बनावे, इन्नी सीमित बनावे दुनिया, इन्नी घुटन वाली दुनिया बनावे जिन्नी मैं घोटी सी उस अपने ख्याली तस्वीर विच. बड़ी अजीब, जिन्हों कहे असीं अन्याय कितना करते हैं रब नाल भी, कुदरत नाल भी. हाँ जी, अपना आपा थोपदे हां. असीं वहना नहीं जानते, असीं वगना नहीं जानते. लिहाजा जो वह नहीं सकता वो वगेगा किवें. बड़ा फर्क है,
बड़ा फर्क है
कि वगना एवें नहीं होंदा, पहला वहना पैंदा है. किसी वड्डे वगदे दरिया विच वहना बंदा सिखे, वहे वहना सीखना नहीं होंदा, वहे सही, फिर अंदरली धार भी वगन लग पैंदी है, अमृत धार विच आउंदी है. So let's, yes, so we start with Irfan, where we left the other day with Irfan Khan's shot, and it's over to you.
So we spoke about the Irfan Khan image. Actually, we can go to the next image now.
Yeah.
So this was Nirbhaya's mother, and this was a story that we were doing for India Today magazine, and we were interviewing her. And what was I've written about is also, but what was happening during the interview, she had become, there were so many people who have interviewed her. There's so many channels she has spoken to, so many mics have been thrust at her face. So many times the same question has been asked again and again and again, that she now answers in a pattern. She answered everything in a pattern. And you could see that there's something in her turned into stone. And when we were talking to her, I asked her, I said, tell me something, all this thing that I sensed that, and I asked her, I said, you were this normal, this middle class housewife, not used to the glare of putting yourself in front of the media every now and then. Completely, that was not your world. And here you are, becoming a fighter, constantly facing the media glare, while living with this tragedy. Tell me about your personal this thing. What has changed inside you? And she said that perhaps that was the point when she reflected a little, and she said that that woman no longer exists. That woman is dead. And here I am, this machine, doing everything. I have to do this. I have to do this. And all this thing, you are soaking in, and all this becomes, all this like a kaleidoscope coalesces into a visual in your head. And you are doing it live, real time, in the time that you are there. And when the interview got over and I was taking a few formal pictures of her looking at the camera, I just got this image of this complete steel, the stone in her eyes. But that was not enough. So what I did was I was not getting the image that I wanted, because her face was it conveyed the sense of stone, but it did not convey it. I needed something more in the image, and this more happened the moment I put the light on her face from the side. She was standing behind the door. The enamel on the door, caught the light on her face and began reflecting that image inside. But that image was not an image, not a complete image, because you are seeing this image along the length of the door, and technically it is the strokes of the paint on the door that have fragmented the image. But as a metaphor, it became the identity of hers that is no longer there. And I had that visual inside that mind. It is very important, this part, what I'm saying, it's very important to have that visual in your mind first. And this is a thing that over the years I have seen about photography. Ya drishti tatha srishti. What you see is what is created. This is a metaphor that I saw. Now, whether people get it or not in that same intensity is not my concern after that. But I believe that once the metaphor is seen, that moment of seeing puts together the spark of a soul in an image. That act of seeing and the spark that it awakens inside you, what you are seeing in front, is the same spark that comes and inhabits that image. And so again, I could not have planned this. I did not know this existed. I did not know that this will happen like that. Because I was at that moment not looking for taking her photograph just as it is. I was looking for, constantly was there, hungry and trying to receive what else is there. And I was gifted this.
वाकई तोहफा है। I say that again. You want to continue?
No, मैं कह रहा सीगा कि this is what I wanted to say about this picture. Anything you want?
Yeah, I just wrote के पराए सवाल लोगों के बर्ताव मुझे बुत बना बैठे थे। पराए सवाल लोगों के बर्ताव मुझे बुत बना बैठे थे। मुझे मेरे ही बुत में कैदी कर दफन कर भी न ठहरे थे। मुझे मेरे ही बुत में, या लोगों के पराए सवाल लोगों के बर्ताव मुझे बुत बना बैठे थे। मुझे मेरे ही बुत में कैदी कर दफन कर भी न ठहरे थे। This relentlessness, people just don't know when to stop. पता नहीं कदों दी गल है, कौन दस रहा सीगा, 2-3 दिन पहला दी गल है कि रेडियो दी, I don't know who was telling me, one of the guests I think Manjari ji was mentioning कि Manjari ji, you have to tell what you were telling the other day कि किन बुजुर्गों की बात की। रेडियो ने हम गाना शुरू करते थे, रेडियो ने हम गाना शुरू कर, उन्होंने गाना बंद करना सिखाया रेडियो ने। I think Manjari ji was mentioning the other day कि one of the top singers के Bhimsen Joshi ji that was लेकिन लोग, when it comes to pity and in cases of the Nirbhaya Khan, they just don't know when to stop. Media, people, we just go on and on. Yeah. Shall we go to the next one?
Yeah. So this is a field that I'm least comfortable about, fashion photography. And I find myself completely swimming and trying to find my
JJ Valaya, are you listening? I'm in conversation with him later this week, so we both are gonna gang up against you now. You've taken a panga, big panga.
This is an area which I find very, very fascinating. I find it most intriguing, the most confounding at times, because I understand, and I have, my very dear friend is one of India's best known fashion photographers, Tarun Kiwal. And, we often have these conversations, and I say, Tarun, I don't understand this medium. And the more I don't understand it, the more I try to, more I'm fascinated, the more I'm drawn to it. It's like that, metaphorical woman that intrigues you, and you want to follow up on that intrigue. The conflict that I face when I work with fashion is, fashion primarily involves it's a process of eliminating. It's a process of eliminating to arrive at what it considers the essence, what it considers the perfection of the form, the look, what it is called over there. Fashion eliminates. It eliminates outfits, it eliminates people, it eliminates accessories, it eliminates, this is out of place, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right. Whereas my ethos of looking at the entire process of imagery is maybe this is also right, this is also working. Why doesn't this work? Why this is also beautiful? So I find this conflict a very interesting conflict to resolve in the time when I'm doing a fashion image. And my work as an editorial photographer often places me in a situation where I'm doing a lot of fashion imagery. To understand what constitutes, how do you arrive at something? So a lot of times people ask me, who do you think is the most photogenic person you have photographed? A lot of people say to me when I'm photographing them that I don't photograph well. I don't. Meri tasveer theek nahi aandi. And I completely and I say to them, and I'm this is people who know me would have heard me saying this so many times that I do not believe in this. I don't understand this whole idea of a non-photogenic person, because I believe that everybody is amazingly beautiful. Everybody. You will see, we come to certain images in the frame that I'll show you that people are intrinsically beautiful. You have to align to your camera to see the beauty. It is your alignment, if that is fixed, you will not see, because you are then expecting them to fit into a mold. Whereas when you break that mold, when you align to their idea of their sense of beauty, you will perhaps be able to see that. And this is a very interesting project I did for Harper's Bazaar magazine. I was given this amazing opportunity by my friend Nonita, who's the editor of Harper's Bazaar. She's an amazing person and has an amazing vision. I had to photograph young designers, who were making a mark, who were on the fashion scene, and show their outfits as well. So the conventional approach was to photograph the designers separately and show a model wearing their outfits. So what I did was I tried to break the whole thing and tried to blend the outfit into the portrait of the fashion designer itself. So I photographed the fashion designer, and then I photographed them wearing, the models wearing their outfits, and I projected the portrait of the fashion designer onto the model wearing the garment. So what was interesting in these images is that the dimensionality of the image is somehow subverted, and you begin to see, you do not know when you are seeing the designer and when you are seeing the garment. So there is a seamlessness of the vision, and that is created. I'm just showing you a couple of these images. You can move on to the next one.
Wow. Can you put the audio off from your computers, the speakers off?
My audio.
No, the speaker of the computer, the one which prompts to. When some message comes to you, it makes a sound. If you can make the speaker off.
Okay, done that. It was probably my WhatsApp.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
So I was tempted to ask you कि स्थान बदलते हैं या तुम में कुछ बदलता है, या जो दिखता है बदला हुआ होता है. स्थान बदलते हैं या तुम में कुछ बदलता है, जो दिखता है बदला हुआ होता है, या आँख जन्म चुकी होती है.
It's all, I'll answer that with a haiku that I had written. The eye placed right. The eye placed right In coarse wild grass, ikebana. That if your eye is placed correctly, if your vision is sadha hua, then you will see ikebana, which is Japanese art of flower arrangement, even in coarse wild grass. So the core thing is not to place the flowers correctly, but to place your eye correctly. It's the आंख बदलना, आंख का जो खेल है, और आंख का मतलब it's not the eye, it is the drishti. Drishti and vision are two very different things. Vision is what the eyes are seeing, the physicality, the physics of seeing, the image formation. Whereas drishti is when you're learning, your core being is fused with the idea of what you're seeing, and it's evoking what is there in your mind, so that what is in your mind is what you begin to see outside. Then it is drishti. And when it goes beyond your mind also, when it goes beyond your mind and begins to reveal itself, then it is darshan. So it's all a graded process of seeing. Looking, seeing, visualizing, experiencing, and receiving what is being revealed. Predation.
But I really don't understand how would you differentiate between the portraits like that of Amit Shah, Irfan and others, and the catwalk, the fashion photography. Are those other portraits also not part of fashion photography because they are subtracted of everything else? Unlike, for example, the images that you would have shot at Kartarpur, for example, with people in the world around within, like Raghu Rai's works, which are mapping multiple linears within a frame, like the portraits of the covers that you shoot. These are people who've dressed for the occasion, and the occasion may differ. How do you differentiate between? I could not see. I thought there were very many similarities. Maybe that is hampering me in my understanding, or my understanding perhaps is somehow compromised. I could not see the difference. It's just that the person it's not Irfan Khan, it's some model, fashion model whom I am not versed with, for example. That's perhaps one response that I don't have. If there was a known fashion model or a personality, maybe I would have then been associated with that person. But thankfully it is not, and I'm able to see only the content that you have chosen to include in the photograph. How do you see them different? Because you said that you don't like that. If you don't like this, then what's the difference between the other? For me, they seem the same.
This is an amazingly perceptive and amazingly layered question you have asked. Give me a moment to tell you this. When I'm saying genres, I'm talking about how the genres are described and defined in a particular public perception. I don't operate with those genres. I don't operate. What you are saying is what I am in. I do not make a differentiation. For me, the language, there is, a particular kind of photography has a particular kind of language. When you are writing about, let us say, when you're writing poetry, there is a particular bhav that you write with. Now, if you don't choose to write poetry, but if your bhav is alive, anything that you do with that bhav becomes poetic. You know, you may be eating and describing food. I go back to your mango reference. You know, anything you do with that is poetry. And you know, just yesterday, you know, this is mango season, and I and Pallavi, we both love mangoes, and we love understanding mangoes in their complete nuance. And I was talking, and this thought came to my mind that the mystique and the beauty of a Langda Aam is very similar to listening to Kishori Amonkar. You know, the complexity of the Langda Aam is that if the sharpness of the taste, the tanginess of the mango is not in perfect balance with the sweetness of the mango, it is off. And with Kishori ji, it was like that. You had to be at the edge of your sensitivity to receive, because the balance, the micro notes that you would sing, if you were not receptive to hearing those vibrations of sound within her singing, very difficult. Then it was all prosaic. And Langda Aam is like that. The perfect Langda Aam, the balance of its tanginess, the beautiful word, there is a beautiful word in Lucknow for this, it's called turshi. And the balance of turshi and mithas and flavor, when all align in perfection, then the mango is heaven. So what I was talking about is that these boundaries don't exist for me.
Okay.
The language is there, the forms exist. So when I say fashion photography confounds me, it is the defined form, the form that is defined in a popular sense.
Okay.
And when you are producing images, you are also producing images for an audience that perceives work in a particular kind. So when you are finding your way into a space, you are trying to align your perception and your idea, what you do, the way you approach a subject, in aligning it with the idea of how the images of that genre are perceived. That is where the conflict happens. You know, that is when I gave the example that fashion eliminates things to achieve at its form, whereas I include everything to achieve at my form. So there is a difference. I do not eliminate anything. If there is a dress that is showing the folds of a dress are showing, which a lot of fashion photography will eliminate, I would try and find a way to see how it can be involved, it can be included in the photograph. Now that is where the conflict arises. So what you are saying that you don't see the differences is because that there is a unified vision behind the images. And when you see work by, when you're trained to see work by photographers in entirety, you will see a Raghurai image. Now, when I tell you what do you think of a Raghurai image, you immediately defined it in the space in which Raghurai mostly shoots, which is in real life situation in the street. Whereas Raghurai has also done still lifes, Raghurai has also done nudes, Raghurai has done amazing pictures of trees, But to see the Raghurai image, even in the tree and in the street, is what you're is when you are seeing everything in a holistic way, where you're seeing the consciousness of Raghurai, what Raghurai brings to the image. It is then that these boundaries fade. That this is a fashion image, this is a portrait, this is a street image, this is a still life. The beauty is when people begin to see, for me, the joy and the heightened, reward is when a lot of people see any image of mine and often come back to me saying that we don't even need to read the byline below the image to know that this is your image. That is when you realize that it is your way of seeing. When that begins to manifest in the work that you do, that is when the images become yours. So why is it that happens that certain time when I'm hearing a particular way of singing Drupad, that I'm reminded of you? Even though it may not be your voice, because it is associated with what you bring. It's what people loosely define as style. And that thing operates at different levels. Politicians sometimes are the most fashion conscious people. And the most fashion conscious people are sometimes the most insecure people to photograph. And they surprise you. The most insecure people I have photographed are Bollywood actors and actresses. Because, they have a mask. The mask is the practiced way they have, the muscles that they have developed.
They have a mask, but not the strings to hold on to.
So, this is a very fine point that I'm making. That a lot of people, celebrities, a lot of people who are used to facing the camera have created a muscle memory of expressions to face the camera. Just as you would see nowadays, a lot of youngsters have a particular way to look at the camera and pose as a selfie. Pout their lips and
do it towards the camera. No, we don't see what you're doing. Come on! I mean, you have to show us. I mean, we don't understand otherwise what you're saying. You and your fine lines. I could caption today's thing about Bandeep Singh and the fine lines, as if he has fine lines. What is fine about you?
I don't have a clue about how to face the mobile phone. And my son, how he laughs seeing me take a selfie. Now, I can't. I'm the most ugly person to photograph myself.
I'm not. You cannot coax a praise out of me right now. I'm in a miserly mode. I said, listen. I'm reminded of Amit Shah's photo when I asked you about that kurta fold, and you said to me that you do not recall whether it was him who had tucked his so that his a million pound thigh is not visible, or whether it was you who tucked it in. I see intervention in that. So when I see, for example, now you're talking about the Bollywood film stars, etc., etc., you talk about intervention and you're talking about the muscle memory, about the tools that one generates to make those interventions, right? They have a muscle memory. You have already confessed to going to a Rohit Bal and Leander Pay's shoot, also with a memory that, well, this is my muscle memory. This is what I want to shoot. This is my idea, my direction, and these people are my subjects. They better follow. They better behave. Otherwise, I'm going to sulk and stand like this. And I would need a jolt, a 440-volt jolt. Shoot, bastard! Shoot! And that would wake you up. And you carry that jolt everywhere else. So, how do you explain all of that?
First of all, there is a difference between the fixed ideas in your mind and muscle memory. Muscle memory is primarily about the expression you face the camera with.
Thank you for enlightening. I didn't know that they were not different.
Right. So, when I say that I was talking about how it is conventionally, the people you think who are most amazing in front of the camera can be the most insecure people in front of the camera, because of this muscle memory with which they face the camera. That muscle memory becomes their mask, and they cannot alter that mask beyond a few fixed positions. So that flexibility is not there. And again, I say that with no sense of, it is just to explain that what is seemingly there is sometimes not as what it seems. So let us look at the next image. This is Salman Khan, the most photographed person, Now I had half an hour to photograph him, and I looked at the location, and I had a chance to, he was ready. He had come to the shoot very late, and I was photographing him. And I had marked my spots where I would photograph him. And I began shooting, and I photographed him at those 2-3 spots that I had photographed him. And within 15 minutes, I realized that the expressions that he had for the camera were so trained and so perfect that I had my images in precisely 15 minutes, and I said the shoot is over. And I said, thank you very much. And he was very surprised that I'm available for 15 more minutes and you say the shoot is over. The shoot was over because the perfection of what he can do in front of the camera in those 15 minutes was so well oiled that the images just came tuck, 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 one after the other. And next thing, to get a different image than this would mean now to demolish and break the mask, break the muscle memory of the face. Now that muscle memory breaks when you converse with the person, you are in a live conversation, you are talking something, you are in that space. But most of the time when you're shooting celebrities, politicians, you don't have that time, you don't have that conversational space in which to explore the personality more. So you have that contractual arrangement of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. This is what you'll get. This is the lighting change that you can do. So you approach with the fixed situation, that this is an element that is a constant that you will get. So in these situations, the variations that I use is in the backgrounds, is in my lighting techniques. So it is here the image is about Salman Khan, but it's the the full image is also about the background. The metallic steps that have been lit in a particular manner so that, there is an element of steel in the picture, chrome steel in the picture, which somehow aligns and gives a context to the gaze of Salman, the fixed gaze he has for the camera. So you are now taking the portraiture, the fixed, the muscle memory of the person, of the subject, and treating it as a constant. So you're not just photographing Salman, you're also photographing his backdrop. You're photographing the negative space. The negative space is as important as the actual element that you're photographing. Very often, when listening to the music, I sense this.
But are you saying that Salman, on his own, with the muscle memory that he beholds so well and can perform so well, was not good enough to fill the frame that you wanted, that you had to rely on an object and lighting to make a photo count?
No, it's not about him being good enough. That is you being mischievous. He's not. It's not about that. What happens in a photograph? The variables are very limited. The photograph is a blank space that you fill in a contractual arrangement. That whereas when you are doing a sequence, a acting sequence, the variables are far, far, far more. You have the scene, you have the setting, you have the script, you have the direction. You have direction in photography also, but the script is not there. The script is very limited. The space that the person, there's no sound, there is no words, there's nothing to rely on that to fill the space between the void between the photograph, the camera and the subject. There are no appendages there. इन्हीं पत्थरों पर चलकर आ सको तो आओ, मेरे घर के रास्ते में कोई कहकशां नहीं है. So there is very little, there are no crutches in between a portrait, in a portrait session. It's a direct space.
One is to be born out of steel, the other is to carry steelness within. I see him dwarfed by the idea of steel in this image. How, and there could be, I mean, I'm not even intending to, it's not there. I'm not saying that the photo is to be dismantled in order to, or the steel has to go less or more. That's not the point at all I'm making. I'm not deconstructing the image at all, but I'm trying to understand the logic, perhaps the philosophy, or perhaps even learn how to look at it. That he's dwarfed, by that ladder. And it's extraordinarily, I mean, it's very movingly lit. It is more than an object and light. It's more than the light design, the light design or light, painting or whatever it's called. It's more than that, and that it succeeds. But then to juxtapose the dwarfed Salman Khan, and which his face, which has that mask memory, is even further dwarfed. It's just like 64th, 128th, or whatever, 190th of the image. The eyes, for example, and that forehead is even further minimal, a dwarf or midgeted. That, I think, is, I'm not saying you're being mischievous there, but I I'll be more honorable than you blaming me of being mischievous, you silly felon. But the point is that I could easily say that it is your sajish to, matlab, you're showing his eyes smaller than that hole in that ladder. I mean, both eyes put together and the nose is smaller than those holes in that ladder. I mean, what's happening, Bandeep, there? What are you trying to do?
But Pari, the beauty of that is that thing you are sharp in spotting that. But one, despite all that steel, what you are seeing in this gaze is steel. And steel is what was intended by me to be shown in this image, because you are not in the business of showing Salman Khan. Everybody knows who Salman Khan is and what Salman Khan looks like and what Salman Khan's eyes look like. You are in the business of showing Salman Khan as if he's shown as someone new.
Yeah, the eyes, you succeed in, I mean, the way you've lit him. I mean, you can see the eye, howsoever small they are. You're showing them they're steelier than steel. I mean, I accept that. But this is, and that's the master stroke too. How you can, the other way of what I'm saying is to have such a frame at the back, and then to have him dress all black, nothing else is visible, or whatever the colors, they were dark, of course. And then to have the face lit to manage the lighting. I mean, I mean, that's why I'm talking to you. Otherwise, why would I bother?
No, as a visual communicator, as a photographer, that is your dharam. That you make the people see what you are trying to show. As it is your dharam to make the people listen to what you are singing. जे तुसी गाया ते कोई सुन नहीं रहा, ते कोई बन के नहीं सुन रहा. If one is not held and captivated by your voice and your singing, then somewhere as a performer you're missing the point. Oftentimes, true that you don't have, that is not your primary criteria. But the fact that you get yourself labeled as a photographer means that you create images that draw people to see. And that comes to a very important process that is the core principle that I operate upon, is that you have to break people's NUI. You have to puncture people's programmed seeing into actually seeing. There is a beautiful in visual theory. There is Roland Barthes talks about the studium and the punctum as the two elements in which are the most crucial elements in the visual. The studium is the background space, the knowledge that forms the basis of your shooting. The punctum, as the name defines, is the thorny part which snags onto you to notice the image, which punctures your programmed seeing, your boredom, so to say, when you're flipping from one image to another, or the element that stops the deluge of visual information that you are under to finally make you notice an image. So the knowledge of who Salman Khan is, the knowledge of the characters he plays, the knowledge of his environment is the studium. It's the background information that you're approaching the subject with. Whereas how you light him, how you are using the eyes with the idea of the steel, and how you're using the background to bring those elements into the frame, how you are reducing Salman Khan, as you rightly observed, so that he is not Salman Khan and he becomes a gaze, a steely gaze itself. That is the punctum. Whereas you feel when you see the image, you see Salman, you see something like Salman Khan, but you notice something else. Now that process, to allow that process and to sadho that process to that point, when it becomes a natural shooting process, is the journey of a photographer.
That's fantastic. In the sense that when we look at, it's very similar to what the quote that you mentioned about the studium and the punctum. When we have a line, let's say, तिख बूझ गई गई मिल साध जना पंच भागे चोर सहजे सुखैनो हरे गुण गावती 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 दरस प्यार. Now this is one line.
Yeah.
The idea of sum is what you're talking about. Now there is the rest of the rest of the line is like a backdrop. So the things that is the backdrop. Ki tik, trikha, trishna, pyas, booj gai. So trishna quenched, so thirst and quench. Two verbs as if placed next to each other. Trik, booj, then gai. Gai milasad jana panch bhage chor. So what is going to be the sum? The idea of the sum, the visam, the atit and the anaghat. So sometimes you show by showing it, sometimes you show by subtracting it. Like that which doesn't even exist, but then you see it, and it's a moment at some wherever, and you could place that spot what you're showing anywhere in the tal cycle. At times it is hidden. It is not always on the sum. So, for example, the sum could come many times. This composition from 2004, Guru Arjan's pada, of course. Dekh bujh gayi gayi mil saad jana. Dekh bujh. So the first one is bujh. Dekh bujh gayi gayi mil saad jana. Panch bhagi chur sahaj sukh eno hari gun gavati 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 dharas pyar dekh. So sum is coming many times in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. I'm singing it slow. Now the key is which sum is the sum? Or that which is being told, is it actually on the sum? Or is it in the visam space?
Yeah.
Is it coming before the sum, the atit avastha, or after the sum? It's like an aftertaste. कि कुछ चख लिया पर बाद में पता लगेगा यार ये तो तीखा था. But now there is no escape. Because what you have is the effect, not the cause, and you will have to go back in time to deal with the cause, that please do not have the effect after 5 minutes. Now you will only dance. So I see that. That's extraordinary for me to see from an interdisciplinary space, if I may. Being an alien to photography, I don't know what photography it is. I don't know what it is to hold a camera. But this is fantastic.
No, what you're saying is absolutely true. I completely get it. How you place the emphasis in music out of the many elements, many words in the bowl. Where you place the emphasis defines how the outcome of the bowl is in terms of the rasa that you convey or the bhav that you convey. It is where you place the emphasis. The visual operates very similarly, where you place the emphasis. In Qawwali, there is a beautiful concept, the concept of gira and takrar. You know, where and what words do you place the repetitive, sequencing of the words. You know, it is that defines the emphasis. In the visual, it is very true. Let us see the next visual. I'll show you. This is a portrait of a visual artist, Mithu Sen. Now, she is essentially a painter. But you're not seeing any painting in the frame. You know, the painting are two skeletal dragon forms. Now, if you are familiar, a little bit familiar with Mithu Sen's works, Mithu uses these, you know, these very, very let us say grotesque forms as a part of her metaphors. And you know, when I was photographing her in a studio, she had these, you know, these sculptures dotting her entire studio. And here it is not a portrait of a painter with her painting. Here it is a portrait of the world she engages with in her mind space. So you have these forms, these dragons, she's interacting with these dragons as if she's in the mental process of her painting. Again, if you see, the note, the emphasis has been changed. It's not on her face. It is on her interaction with these, you know, these exotic, supernatural, these, you know, grotesque forms, these ghoulish forms. It is her interaction, it is her, as if these are pets, as if she's the queen of throne of the throne of the Game of Thrones. She's Daenerys Targaryen, and these are her dragons. So you've taken the emphasis out of the visual narrative and placed the emphasis separately. And that emphasis creates your portrait. That altered emphasis. Now that emphasis is what you're singing, what you're shooting, what you're seeing is all about.
Kya baat?
That is why when you hear an arti sung by someone else, when you hear an arti sung by you, when you hear an arti sung by another person, the same arati of Gurū Nānak Sahib creates a different bhav inside. There are times when you hear an arati, you feel soft. You feel expansive. There are times when you hear the arati, when I hear it, you sing it, there's thunder. The same bowl, the same sahitya, evoked differently by emphasis.
And you know, I must also sort of offer a disclaimer that the arti that I sing is a vintage composition. It's not that I'm the author of it, so that there's a difference between many other people who are singing are contemporary composers. And if Bandeep is mentioning about how powerful it is not my authorship. I've just learned how to sing. I'm still constantly evolving and hopefully becoming better and better at singing it. And it's the creation of grand elders some of them even Gurū Nanak's own compositions. And as Professor S.K. Saxena would say that, would remark about the vision and the capacity. But the point I want to make beyond that disclaimer is that it is also a case of multiple emphasis in a single line or in a single photograph. You could be not just emphasizing on one, as I meant that the reason I chose that long line was that multiple sums are coming, multiple first beats. That is, the end of the cycle is happening a few times before the end of the line, end of the poetic line, and there are multiple emphases. So at times you could have a smaller line with a particular emphasis, like one emphasis that this is the rest and this is the canvas and this is the point I want to make. Then there could be multiple points that are being made, but then within them there could be a hierarchy of what is it also something similar that you guys do?
No, that is precisely what I was explaining, that the emphasis is placed so differently. No two photographers, this is tried and tested so many times at our end. No two photographers shooting the same scene with the same camera, with the same lenses, will necessarily arrive at the same picture. Because the emphasis is a function of the mind, of who you are. The same thing, jo drishti hai, wo srishti hai. If the drishti is different, then the same people can, the same situation will give similar images. And conversely, two photographers at two different parts of the universe, shooting with entirely different cameras and entirely different lenses, can arrive at the same images. It's all a function of the mind, how you place the emphasis. And it is in that placing of the emphasis and understanding what is in your mind, most of the times in the space of journalism, that emphasis is denoted by what the story is. What is the narrative that is playing out inside your mind. If you see the next image, it is Kangana Ranaut. And if you see this portrait of Kangana Ranaut and you understand and you just evaluate it with the perception, the narrative of what Kangana Ranaut is in the public space right now, you will find a lot of parallels there. An independent boss woman kind of a portrait where she has a mind of her own, speaks herself independently, is in a commanding situation, creates narratives, creates emphasis, her outbursts, her, controversial statements, her not caring about the status quo, how she's changing, how she's in the center of news. Now, if that, using that narrative, how that becomes your narrative when you are in the space of journalism, because you are also the distiller of what a public perception is. This is an example of how you are using a perceived narrative of a person, a perceived position of a person. Likewise in the image of Amit Shah. It's a perceived narrative. It is a narrative that is you have educated yourself, that has been fed inside you. And that is what you are a mouthpiece of in your seeing. Your seeing becomes a mouthpiece of that perception. The Amit Shah that I saw in the house was completely different from the Amit Shah I photographed. The Amit Shah that I saw in the house was gentle, friendly, full of humor and laughter. But that's not the perception of who he is. And sometimes when you are creating a portrait for a story, as an editorial photographer, you are also creating an image based on a perception. The next image, if you see.
Wow.
This is this is the portrait of a. This is an image where the perception is not there. This is an image of what you are seeing.
This is my portrait. That which I see, that which I just can't see. It's your portrait. I think this is the portrait of everyone on this planet. Kya baat hai?
This is a Chilean poet. Raul Zurita. This is Raul Zurita's portrait.
It's also his eye and my eye. He's telling me as if, let me show you that which you can't see.
Correct. There's a beautiful thing that I'm remembering. It was somebody told me, in fact, Professor Kapil Kapoor of JNU, one time former professor of JNU, who was author of Encyclopedia of Indian Poetics. He wrote a passage on my work, which you will see in the later part of these images. So he talked about the artist. The word he used was a Krant Darshina, a Sanskrit term which means one who sees much ahead of the others. He spoke of an artist whose vision is a little further than the vision of most people. So this is a portrait of that artist as a Krant Darshana, one who is seeing a little further in the distance what you're talking about.
Wow.
I had a very interesting episode with Raul Zurita. So I met him at the Kochi Biennale, and it was a very amazing meeting that I had with him. So I was, so my colleague at that time was Chinky Sinha, who's absolutely fascinated by Raul Zurita. And I had very little idea about his works, and I have not read much of his works. But what I saw of his work in the Kochi Biennale was an entire hall filled with water, and you had to walk through the water to experience. And his poems were written on the wall, and you had to walk through the water. So it was very moving, the whole experience. So I met him afterwards, and we were talking, and I showed him my work. I showed him a book of mine, and I asked him to inscribe something on that book. So he looked at the book, and he held the pen to write on the book. And while before writing on the book, his pen would come close to the page and then move away. And then it would again come close to the page and it would move away. And it would linger on the page. It would linger, keep lingering, keep moving back. And then finally, he put the pen on the page and wrote a poem on the page. But the process of how his pen lingered, almost as if in a dance, in the space between when the word is not formed and the word is in the process of forming, and how that, the pen, it's almost, when musicians sing khayal, how their hands move in the space. His pen was moving. I wrote a poem on that. And I have done an entire series of portraits of how the hands of the musicians move while they sing. So that is my experience with that.
I am tempted to ask, when you shoot portraits like these, do you have you formed a formula that you would meet them first? Do you have a like a foreplay, as if of conversations? Do you want them to be comfortable, or you want them to be in a position that they see you as an alien? Is that the tool that you work of being the unknown, the one whom they don't know? Do you want that look in their eyes? Or because in this poet's eyes, he was comfortable with you. He is now, that could also be that he is like that. He doesn't care who is next to him. For him, it's just another tree, another sort of another pass of the winds, and he wouldn't care who's, or the water flowing in a river rapidly passing by. Do you have a formula like that, or you explore, or whichever way it happens? Like sometimes if you come to take my portrait with the Rabab, or the one of the Rabab for the work that you edited dedicated to the 550th anniversary of Sahib Sri Gurū Nānak Dēv, which India Today did for Punjab government. In that case, you knew me, and you knew the idea that I'm the one who has handcrafted the Rabab back from extinction. So you already knew multiple narratives that you would find here. There was nothing alien as such. You had made a choice. Yes, in the subject, sometimes you get thrown into circumstances which you have very kindly shared, or very not so kindly, if I were to look from fashion photography's perspective, that you do not always like the situations you're thrust in. But then there are situations which you love, that you would want to go back again and again, go to photograph the same subjects many times, if given the chance and an opportunity. How do you deal with people that you don't know, is perhaps my query, because it is understandable when you know people, it would be different. But the politicians, for example, or the actors and the actresses who may know of you as a star photographer, as if, mere mooch kuch hoya, kadwahat hui to say that. That some people could be in awe of you, some people would be in admiration of you and your work. Some people would have known the greatest photographers of the 20th century, and in front of those big names, you would be, written off as a sort of eternal midget. Others would know you as a god, as someone who's larger than life. So all those multiple sort of layers, orbits that we do traverse every now and then. How do you build your photograph? How do you construct a photograph? How do you swim to that portrait that is there somewhere in the lake that you must find?
Very interesting question. Portrait is not for me the image of a person per se. Portrait for me is the image of the relationship that I establish with that person. It is that is the portrait of. And it is very important that that relationship is established in the space that you are in. Whether it is a 1 minute space or a 2 minute space or a 2 hour space. Portraiture is the relationship that you form in that space with that person. And what you bring in that space, the knowledge that you bring in, the insight that you bring in, the narrative of that is inside your head that you bring in into that space. A portrait is actually a mehfil. It is actually a Baiṭhak, to use your terms. It is actually a Baiṭhak with several elements in between, in which the photographer and the subject are two of them. The light is another element. The composition is another element. The placement is another element. The knowledge of what you are, shooting with is another element. All of them sit together. And the rag that is sung in that Baiṭhak is the portrait. It's not about taking a picture in that sense. Or let us put it another way, that just taking a picture has in it these elements. And when you are aware of these elements, these participants in the photograph, and you use these participants to create the final image, it is then that the portrait sings. So in your house, when I was photographing you with the rabab, I was familiar with you. I was familiar with the rabab. I was familiar with the context in which I was to photograph you. That was all given, laid out. But the lighting was not. But the way the light was coming in your room from the curtain, it was not. It was something I had to create a relationship with. And if you notice in that space when I was photographing you, I spoke less with you, I was moving the curtain back and forth more. Because I was creating a relationship with the light at that point of time. And if you remember correctly what you said when you saw the photograph, when I sent it to you and you said, amazing use of light, मैनू नहीं पता सी कि तू light नू भी समझ सकता है.
Did I say that?
Yes.
I'm so glad I said that.
Yes. Take a bow. You do some nice things.
Come on.
So what I'm trying to say is that there are many elements that come together to creating a picture. And those elements have to be in a particular alignment. The subject, knowing what the subject is just one of them. It's the composite. It's the relationship you establish. And that image is always of that relationship. But then there is also the craft sometimes. You see the next image.
Just a sec. Yes. क्या बात, Ranbir.
So this is a very interesting portrait. This is at the time of when the film Sanju was released. You know, when Ranbir Kapoor played Sanjay Dutt. What I have done in this image is I photographed. This is the director sitting below, Rajkumar Hirani, and above that is Ranbir Kapoor. But look carefully; it is not just Ranbir Kapoor.
Yes.
I photographed Ranbir Kapoor and Sanjay Dutt exactly at the same position, and I fused both of them together.
Right.
So it is Ranbir Kapoor as Sanjay Dutt. So the idea behind this image again was the idea of, so here the subjects are in fact are constants. You know, they are routine images. They are just standard images. But the idea of the narrative that is playing in my head of Ranbir playing Sanjay Dutt, and how that is integrated into the portrait using the skill, the craft, that is more important thing. It's a portrait of that. It's a portrait of that idea of Ranbir playing Sanjay Dutt. So it is the purpose of this image. Popular narrative of the film was in the public space. The news was all about it. The picture was about to. The hype was about. The pictures of Ranbir, the look of Ranbir playing Sanjay Dutt was already out there.
Right.
So you had to create an image that was of that, but yet it had to have the punctum to break the pattern in which you saw it. It had to snag onto your attention, to hold you, to disturb you, to subvert your process of yawning.
Yeah.
You know, and that happens when you use diverse elements at your disposal. Technique is one of them. So what I'm trying to show you in all these portraits, how the emphasis is played out on which element. It is not necessarily on expression. It is not necessarily on lighting. It is not necessarily on the character of the face. You use different elements at different times to place emphasis. In this case, the emphasis is on the technology element, digital technology, how you process the image.
I found the one, can I play the Songs of the Seer image that you took?
Which one?
Songs of the Seer image that you took at my residence. Because you spoke about the lighting. Can I show that?
Yeah, please.
Yes, it is now visible to everyone.
Why can't I see it?
Well, because you are in the Stone Age. It'll show, it takes 10-15 seconds. Just, it'll come. You can talk about it, the lighting and the rabab, because it is a latency, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. So you see this, what we spoke about, that it is, it is about the light that is falling on the rabab and how the light is falling on your face. It's technically called rim lighting, but it is the natural light falling from the curtain. I've cut it in a manner that it falls on you like a like a like a like a light from the side. It's not direct, and so it is a portrait of you singing. But at that time of shooting, I was emphasizing on the light. And you said how you create, how do you, what is that you photograph? How do you create that magic? How do you construct a photograph? So this is an instance where I was using light to construct the image of you singing. And the end product is what was being evoked in the photograph. It was evoking, this is you singing the Mool Mantra. And I've told you in my last conversation, how beautiful was that moment for me. This brings to another very important element in the conversation, that is my core routing to photography, is also experiencing the moment. And that is unique. You singing that with that kind of light falling on you, lighting you up, almost just tethering on revealing who you are, almost a silhouette, and yet conveying a man lost, completely immersed in the singing, that his identity doesn't matter. For me, it was to experience that. And the joy of photography is that you are in that moment when these images are created. You are not creating it out of a figment of your imagination alone. You are also in the middle of that energy while you are creating that image. So allowing that to experience, to have a sip of that experience also while in the process of your craft is my nasha of this, is my absolute joy in photography.
In this case, you knew all elements but the lighting. Everything
Yes.
else you were familiar
Yeah.
with.
Yes.
And I was, in fact, particularly sort of surprised when you had said that you're coming for a shoot when you just came alone. And I had somehow imagined that because it's an official shoot, that you might come with certain, with the paraphernalia around, with people, with lighting, guys, etc., etc. How we used to normally interviews or shoots occurring. And I thought there was a sense of a casual when you came. I'm tempted to say callousness. I saw that you weren't really giving a damn whom you were shooting. So there was that too with the air. But did you do you go into situations, because I don't know if you remembered the possibility of lighting that there was. Do you enter into spaces with, almost like into the unknown, and you let it evolve as it is on the fly, or you have an idea where you're going? In such cases, of course,
unknown is a very important part of the photograph. In fact, to deliberately seek the unknown in the part of the in the photograph is the quest that I've been talking about. The known is what is inside your mind. The unknown is what you see beyond your knowledge. That is what you receive. And the unknown is not just in terms of the situation. You can see unknown in a person as well. You can see unknown in a situation. You can see unknown in a formal arrangement as well. So that is a given that that is what you are seeking with the fact that we are right now looking at portrait images, which are an outcome of a formalized engagement between the photographer and the subject. That we are a lot of images that will come later on are images where you will see the play of the unknown in the image. And let's go to the next image. Again, this is more a portrait of a concept. It's a portrait of an idea. See, when you're photographing for a magazine, when you're photographing for a publication, the purpose of the picture is to renew the reader's engagement with the subject. As a portrait is a renewing of your engagement with the subject, as a portrait session is that. But it also has to be in alignment with the purpose of getting the attention of the viewer. Drawing the reader to the story. The portrait, the image on the page is like an advertising for the story. It's like a billboard for the story. It has to hold you to the page long enough that you start reading the story. Whenever you're looking at a magazine, at any publication, just for a moment reflect on that and see that when you're actually flipping through the pages, how you automatically blank out the pages of advertising. How your mind automatically just sees the story pages and how it blanks out advertising. When you read a newspaper, you'll remember the headlines, but you won't remember ki pehle page te ad kiri thi. Even though it's a full page ad. The companies are spending millions of rupees to get your attention, and despite that full page, you won't even recognize it. After 5 minutes of reading the paper, tonu puchya jaye ki ek baar le safe te ad kedi sigi, oh yaar dekh ke dasna. Because that's how the mind operates. It automatically edits out information that it sees as a part of a pattern. Ads equals to not of my interest equals to information that I have to ignore, and you will not see it. But the problem is that it does not just stop at ads. It also inadvertently it involves everything in the publication as well. Because sooner or later you have seen the images everywhere. In this information age, when there is information, you are under a carpet bombing of images from every direction. Somewhere you have to automatically stop. You have to stop that bombing process. You have to stop. Your mind is not wanting to stop at images because it is tired. It is in a fatigue state. So how do you stop that fatigue and evoke interest is a part of the job of being an editorial photographer. So here, these are portraits of Indian athletes. This is Duty Chand, the sprinter. So what I've done is I've, not just used the face. I've wanted to convey the movement, the almost dance-like movement of the body, in the process of a sport. And the three images that follow are all about that. You can run through them.
Yeah. Also, I'm sort of quite amazed at the idea when you speak about it's not about the face, but like if you were to juxtapose this with the Salman Khan image and you look at the space that you've given to the face is something similar. And in the shot that when she's jumping up, hopping up into the sky, and she's looking at you straight into the camera, or she's looking at me as I see her. And then all other images are when she's in the act of, off the block, and then the stride that she gains. And there's also the sense of sustenance. There's one shot in which is I think the fourth shot. That's her stride as we would see her running, right? That's the full sprint pace.
Right.
I mean, so that's what was striking for me, that you've also shown the face. The advertisement is gone. I don't see the shoes, the markers on the shoes as much. They're as dwarfed as possible, to the borderline that the company wouldn't necessarily accuse you or India Today of hiding them. It's there but not there, it's not emphasized. That I thought was, and the muscles, what is behind her? I mean, what is the strength of her stride? Where does she draw from? And the process, as I'm talking about the Virtual Baithak Series, the purpose is to look at what is the process of becoming a Vidyadhar. In that muscles that you have so beautifully lighted up and emphasized, underscored, are the years and years and years and years of resilience and perseverance to reach at that tone, that strength with which she's able to then take the stride. So there's a sense of journey beyond the stride. I mean, her capability, how has she gained the capability, the perspective, and so on and so forth. I think all of that is visible in this image of images.
Yeah, this is, in fact, it is what you put it beautifully. It's actually showing the entire journey of the athlete, metaphorically in terms of her life, what you read, and also in terms of the physicality of the race, the event, her primary event, which is the 100 meters. So there is the on the blocks position, the takeoff position, the full stride position, and the finish position, as they finish. So it's a complete race within a photograph. It's motion in a still image, animation in a still image, So you see the next image, it's of the boxer, Shiva Thapa.
Yeah.
The entire, the stealth, the power, the aggression, the defense, all happening, as if it's around the person, as if it's part of the person's consciousness. Have you seen the film Doctor Strange?
Yes.
You remember that scene in which this Tibetan master, she pushes him and he jumps out of his body in multiple layers. All the layers of his consciousness are revealed to him. In a shock state, but it's revealed to him, how he's pushed out of his body. So it's something similar. You've taken all the bodies, all the elements of the athlete and his sport and split them into multiple views of the same person. Next image, you see the same device used with Yogeshwar Dutt, the wrestler.
Wow.
It's again, seeing the sculpture in the photograph, in the spot. And more so in the last image that you will see of this series of the gymnast, the Deepak Karmakar. Sculpture images split out of the body to convey a sense of what she does, what her sport is.
And these were also for the India Today?
Yes, this was a special photo feature we did on Indian athletes that before the Olympics, who were the hopefuls in the Indian contingent. So this was a series that was done. The idea was to celebrate sport. And the next image is a portrait of a Guru Dakshina.
Kya baat hai. I remember this photo. Yes, the eye and the lens and the figure on the trigger.
Yeah. So I've told Raghuji this, that that I've been an Eklavya to his Dronacharya. So I was when I was growing up, during my student days, I would devour his pictures, I would look at all the images, every morsel of information that was there on him I would read, and a lot of other photographers as well. And I would devour those images, and I would learn. My sensibility of looking and seeing was based on the work that I saw of Raghurai and Raghuveer Singh. And I got a chance to photograph both of them.
I see.
And I had never got a chance to photograph Raghu, despite 25 years in the profession now. And I got a chance to photograph him just last year. And, and I always had an image, something like this in my mind, but I never knew what I would get. And it is at this spot when I was photographing him, and I asked him to look out, and the way the light hit the pupil and the lens in the similar fashion, almost becoming a mirror of this, you don't know which one is the lens and which one is the eye.
Kya baat.
This was my tribute to him and what I learned from him. We talked a lot about the idea of beauty and beautiful, and seeing what you are seeing in an image. This next image that you see, something to be looked at more carefully. It may be disturbing initially, This was an acid attack survivor, a young girl called Tuba. She's how much? 16 years old? And I had a chance to photograph her for Reader's Digest magazine. And when I was photographing her, before I was to photograph her, 2-3 days before I was to photograph her, I was very much disturbed. I was not at ease because I didn't know what I would photograph. I knew what I would photograph. I knew that she was an acid attack victim. I knew that her face would be disfigured. And I was in the process of thinking what I was to photograph. I could almost pre-visualize what I would be photographing. I was extremely uncomfortable making a portrait of her misery. I didn't know, and I knew that it would bring a dramatic picture. And almost having played that image in my mind, I was trying to deal with the guilt that I was facing, that, you're almost creating a portrait, a dramatic image, a consumable dramatic image out of an image of a tragedy of infinite proportions. I didn't know. I was completely at unsure grounds. I was very disturbed. I didn't know how to approach the subject. So this is where I went with the sense of unknown, having completely known what I would be photographing, having completely even visualized the lighting and this image, the lighting, the effect, everything was known to me. Having experienced this, having seen these images, having photographed, knowing my lighting style, I knew the image that I would get. I knew the dramatic effect that I can create with an image of a disfigured face, the texture of disfigurement on the face. But I was completely on unsure grounds because that's not what I wanted. So we began talking. We began having a conversation.
I see.
And we began talking, and I was not shooting. She used to keep her face covered all the time. And she used to wear big, thick, dark glasses and used to have a hijab covering her head and her face.
I see.
So we began talking. As it was, it was a portrait of hers. We needed to see her face. Physical identity was important. And that's where I was very unsure, and I was very much disturbed by what I saw, not the disfigurement of the face, but fact when she uncovered herself and held herself out for the camera with the knowledge that what I was photographing. That was the most disturbing part in the photograph. I did not shoot. We kept on talking. I spoke to her, and I remember I was not speaking to her with any, I knew that being in the profession for long and being in this business for long, I knew that everybody would talk to her about the incident, about how she feels, about how the whole thing is. I did not want to speak to her about it. And we started talking about other things that she does. Other things that she does which are in line with her age. We spoke about what she sees in the mirror. We spoke about what she reads. We spoke about movies. We spoke about her favorite actors. We spoke about a lot of other things. And while we were speaking, the muscle memory dropped and she started smiling. This is a picture of her smile. And to me, I say that with no amount of, it's not a cliche for me at all when I say that in this picture I only see her eye.
Yeah.
Once the shock of the disfigurement is over, the afternote of this image is that of the eye. That of a 16-year-old looking at me with that hint of shyness in the eye. That I felt like this at the end of the photo shoot. I felt light. I felt not overwhelmed by a tragedy, and I felt that I met a 16-year-old girl. That makes me value this image. That makes me hold this image as a very, very favorite image of mine.
Sure. Very powerful. I salute her courage, really, and her dignity, which the acid attack couldn't waver nor shatter.
Precisely. I remember during the shoot, when we started laughing, when we started laughing in that image, with this image, and I remarked and told her, I said, you realize that, it is so beautiful, and I couldn't control myself that, that I'm just seeing this beauty in the photograph. Go on to the next image now.
I think she is one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen. And thank you for that image, really. One of the most beautiful people I would have ever seen in my life. Wow. This is interesting. Where is this?
Now I'm beginning to see my images through your eyes. This is Shahid Kapoor, but as you would see, I have reduced Shahid Kapoor, almost dwarfed him to the effect.
Amazing.
This is, I'll tell you the story behind this picture. It's a fascinating, this thing. See, again, what I'm trying to do over here Bhai Sahab, is that I'm fighting and I'm battling and I'm struggling with the fixed muscle memory of the actor in the portrait session. You know, I call that fixed muscle memory thing as the mask. I'm trying to, you know, this expression of Shahid is this expression of Shahid is probably what was there in all the photographs that I photographed on that particular shoot. But the thing about Shahid is that he's this diminutive frame, 5 foot 5 inches, 7 inches, 5 foot 7 inches or 8 inches, not more. He doesn't have a very big bulky build. He's not very tall. But what I like and what I'm amazed about Shahid Kapoor is how he projects himself. The body language he throws out of his body, despite his diminutive frame, it's almost like an aura field that surrounds him. It's like Shahid is not just Shahid, is Shahid plus the energy around him. And that energy around him makes his 5 foot 7 inches to 6.6 feet 5 inches, something like that. You see him dancing, small diminutive frame, but when his body language, how he opens up his body in front of the camera, as if he's radiating an inner form that comes and sits in that space. And if you see carefully, it's a multiple exposure, and you see that image of Shahid emerging out from that frame. And it's almost that it's a picture of that aura of Shahid plus his aura.
I wonder what would it be without the aura of the room or the set itself, when it's just the aura of Shahid. What was it like to see it that way?
It's using all the elements that you have with you at that moment. See, the exciting part and the magic of doing these atmospheric portraits is to enslave all the elements that are visible and are available to you at the moment, and make them do your bidding in the photograph. This is not even the main room of the hotel we were photographing in. This is the corridor of the hotel we were photographing in. I have this light, this red light in the frame is the light that I have put from behind Shahid, and you can see the rim of that light on his hair. And the yellow lights are the lights of the corridor, are the corridor lights. And I have moved the camera while photographing him. So the yellow lights and the red lights have spilled out and become streaks. And streaks convey aura. And in the middle of doing the time exposure for the, environment, I've used the strobe lights to fix Shahid in that position. So the technique, it's creating the thought. It's illustrating the thought. And go to the next image.
Yeah.
This is again, using the elements of portraiture and seeing, doing regular situations of shooting politicians for a news magazine. This is, Yogi Adityanath, CM of Uttar Pradesh. Now, if you see, all that is the narrative, the public, the discourse, the dominant imagery of Yogi Adityanath is that of a saffron leader, a mouthpiece of the very aggressive right mindset, the whole idea of the Hindutva power model. But he's also a sannyasi. He wears saffron. And the amazing thing that I liked about the image is, when I went to photograph him in the office, is that the towel they use behind him, is they use in government offices, is also a saffron towel. So I was intrigued by that. The saffron towel used behind him. That started my trigger point. And as I began looking in the image, I saw the saffron Hanumanji sitting next to him. The multi-limbed God. And while shooting the interview, as I was exploring, this is live actually during an interview, when I was shooting in front of him, sitting on the floor, I saw him reflected on the glass table in front of him. And as he would raise his hands to speak, it mirrored the multi-limbed God, image of the God sitting next to him, placed next to him. Now this image is forming in my head as I'm shooting him. And he seems sitting on the lotus. The edges of the sofa almost are like lotus petals.
Indeed.
And so the technique was to eliminate all the noise around him by using strong single directional light. The element that I used in that light to get the uniformity of the color tone was using a yellow light, not a normal daylight balanced flash, but a tungsten flash, and used a yellow filter on the light, and just use a very small beam to get the natural light on the face. Otherwise his face would also appear yellow and the effect would go away. So
very Trump-like pose, huh?
yeah, actually,
was he mimicking Trump at the time, or what?
Well, he was not Trump, but he was triumphant. And he uses both hands. It's not just Trump, but it is also a yogic mudra.
Right.
use hands like this. So it's almost
Are you claiming that Trump is a yogi? I mean, Trump too is a yogi, would that be? I'm kidding. It's okay.
Yeah, why not?
What's next? I see another politician from UP.
Yeah, that is Akhilesh Yadav. The placement of that image after Yogi Adityanath, you can almost see the rivalry, the political rivalry between the two. I'll just take a moment's break.
Yeah. So, friends, this is my ongoing conversation with Bandeep. He'll be back in a moment. And meantime, I'll share with you what we're doing later today. At 8 p.m. tonight, I'll be in conversation with Andrea Vitello. He is one of the finest freelance conductors of Italy. It'll be my pleasure to speak with him later today. He'll be joining me from Monte Creto. It's between Bologna and Florence, if I'm not mistaken. He is, La Gazzetta di Mezzogiorno magazine writes, Vitello obtained an elegant phrasing supported by a solid rhythm that enlightened appropriately the passionate thrills of the music, reaching in the adagio very moving moments. Il Giornale della Musica writes about him, Stravinsky's octet for wind instruments shines for a clarity rarely listened in past recordings. And Pizzicato magazine writes about him as and I quote, under Andrea Vitello's baton, I solisti della Scala achieve highest standards of intonation and blend, end quote. Donato Renzetti writes about him, quote, his performances stand out for the refined balances and original ideas about both tempos and phrasings. I consider Andrea Vitello one of the most interesting young conductors of his generation. And Andrea Vitello is a leading Italian conductor of the younger generation. Vitello won an international prominence and critical acclaim for his 2017 I Solisti della Scala for Warner Classics. He is conducted across the world, as for the Budapest Symphony Orchestra MAV, Italy's Orchestra Sinfonica di Sanremo and Orchestra da Camera Fiorentina, and the Lomza Philharmonic Orchestra in Poland. Vitello has also conducted for the Nice Philharmonic Orchestra, Plovdiv Opera in Greece, Russia's Khabarovsk Philharmonic Orchestra, and at New York City's Carnegie Hall. His concert programs and recorded albums display interpretive sensitivity and a daring willingness to pair classic repertoire from Stravinsky, Debussy, and Baiṭhak, alongside work from more contemporary composers including Peter Yotwos, Tamas Wassari. He is a two-time recipient of the 5 Stars Award from the Musica magazine and a regular jury member at international conducting competitions, including the European Union Conducting Competition, the Almaty International Competition for Conductors, and the Giancarlo Facchinetti Competition for Contemporary Music. Vitello has already established himself as a driven interpreter of and ambassador for lesser-known Italian composers of the late 19th to early 20th centuries, including Giovanni Sgambati and Giuseppe Martucci. So I hope that you will, take time out at 8 p.m. Make sure you have early dinners, and we will listen to him and his story. I think there'll be couple of videos that he has shared with me. One is a 6-7 minute video about him. Very nice one. You will enjoy that. So we'll look forward to sort of having you also in the evening. Thank you for joining us currently, and I will now. I think Bandeep has since joined back, and let's continue our conversation with Bandeep.
Buddy, how much time do we have so that I can then, there is a.
Oh, we have.
I think I've.
Well, my next conversation is at 8 p.m. and I should be free by 7. So we have little under 4 hours still. if you can keep up with me.
I can keep up with you because I'm getting loads of perspective about images. I'm normally not so slow in showing my work, but I'm just, waiting for you to respond to something about the image, because what you are telling me, what you tell me about my images is the reason why, is the real motive of my conversation with you. Because I love to see it. See, what happens is your eye, when it matches, when I know what I've tried to photograph, when you see something else in the photograph, what happens is I begin to see that thing. And it makes the experience of my photograph at that moment a little more layered, a little more. It's as if that what you see imbues it with a life more lived, and that becomes an element of my engagement with this image afresh, a new engagement. Otherwise, for me, every image that I do is an image that has already been done.
Right.
I don't like visiting my images. I can't, in fact, it's sometimes quite an effort for me to speak and talk about the images. I have to.
I could see you perspire, yeah, sure.
So,
Akhilesh.
Akhilesh Yadav, this image was, again trying to break the mold of the Samajwadi politician that he is seen as, to seeing him as a dynamic, new, youthful face of Indian politics, because this was the time when he was the chief minister in 2016 when I photographed him, and this was when we were doing a story on him and his chances of coming back as the CM, and the work that he was doing, and and the aggression with which he was moving, and I wanted all of that to come into the photograph. So this image was picked up from the point of him playing badminton. The element of that was picked up from there, and we had spent an entire afternoon touring the sites of the work that was being done in and around Lucknow, and we came back, and it was hot and he was sweaty, and this image was created after that.
And I like the idea of the eye with Raghu Rai. This reminds me of Raghu Rai's portrait. There's something striking about that eye, the emphasis, and it explained when you spoke about the idea that this was just before the election, and it's all in how he is seeing at the time. This is as if the portrait of that time, not just him. That's portrait of UP elections and not just him. Very striking, and it's it's an election that he does not go on to win, and that's him. And it's not just him. I see Aditya Yogi, Yogi Adityanath in it. In that eye, he's seeing the next person on the throne. Because these guys know much more than what is portrayed. They know where the tide is turning. They have people everywhere. And people from everywhere else are around them too. So this, for me, is very striking. The eyes are very striking.
And I like the see when you are visualizing, when you are viewing an image with hindsight, how the hindsight flows into the reading of the image.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So so at that time when we were photographing him, Yogi Adityanath,
like the foresight you cannot impose on an image that you take contemporaneously, and hindsight is something that you cannot subtract from a photo that you're seeing taken before. It's a strange paradox, isn't it?
Yeah, and the interesting thing in this talking to you is, I'm thinking about right now, is how the image plays out through the channel of time. Because the impulses that were employed in creating the image in the first place, how they are subsumed by how time is.
It's like conceiving an image, like image that shall be, or the image that is intended, but the image that is, and the image that shall be in due course of time. How that image changes. Like, for example, it's always like with politicians. Like, you can have an image of someone who's so enamored, and his eye of, the aankhon ka tara of everyone. Suddenly the same portrait of the person changes because some scandal breaks out and the person's real image is shown. And that same portrait then is scorned at, is spitted at, is torn apart, idols that are brought down, and so on and so forth. Suddenly then 20, 30, 40 years later, that person is again put back on the pedestal. Look at the Confederate idea. The flags are gone, the statues are being taken away. Imagine. So it's amazing how the image actually, from before it is conceived, or the time when it is conceived, when it is taken, and the age that photo gains eventually,
That's something to reflect upon, because now it's a very interesting thing about how images have a life independent of the context in which they are photographed. While we try and pin them down to the context, over time they acquire a different soul, and the soul of what is perceived about them at that point of time. It is very interesting. That brings me to a very interesting question. Now that you have completed 100 episodes of your conversation, do you I do not know if you have a chance to, detach yourself from the whole process and look back upon what you are doing and look back upon what has been created. Do you have intimations of this feeling that how this thing is now becoming larger than what you are, and just what do you see it like that?
Well, before I answer that, I was about to. It's interesting how we had a similar thought at the same time. Mine was to do with your photography. My question, which I was holding back until you finished your thought and had no idea what you were going to ask, was simply, have you ever shown these portraits? It was again to do with the life of the images that you've taken. I know what Raghurai is and how he looks like. So you did not even have to introduce him to me, or Amit Shah's, or Irfan Khan's, or the sports people, some of the politicians that you've shown, including Amit, well, let's name them, Yogi Adityanath and now this young fellow, अपना क्या कहते हैं, Chief Minister, you just showed, I'm forgetting the name, the young fellow, what we are looking at, Akhilesh Yadav. Have you shown these images to people who have no idea about India, Indian politics, Indian art scene or photography scene or sports scene? What do, like in this Akhilesh Yadav image, especially, not so the Aditya Nath image, not really the Amit Shah image. Amit Shah image, if you went and showed in South Italy, they might, or in New York, they might see as some mafia don. You know, that image is so overpowering, you know, the boss, the daddy of India, or the husband of India of the times. That those images do reveal the sense of power. But this this Akhilesh Yadav image is very, very intriguing for me. I do not see a chief minister in him, in that photo. I see question marks all over his face. I see him seeing into the unknown. He doesn't know the future. And therefore, even today, I'm not able to see the future that he saw then. Maybe even he doesn't remember it anymore, what he was seeing at the time. Because feelings go, waves come and go, and the new waves, erase the joys and the sorrows of the previous waves. And the storms, for example, one storm comes after another. The pain is gone of the previous one because the new pain is harsher, is newer, is more real than the previous one. It's a memory. Reality is, the pinch now is obviously real than the pinch that was. Akhilesh's image is like that for me. It sort of places me in a strange crossroad or a cross section. Image that is of a chief minister, but then it is not of a chief minister. It is again like that another portrait that it seemed my portrait. It seemed for me this matches with the portrait of our inhumanity that still could not waver the dignity that young 16-year-old had. This portrait for me is in that class. This stain on this protagonist of within the photo is of a different kind. The stain and the impact, I mean, if he was not the son of a politician, where would he have been? The idea of privilege, the idea of being born and being sort of thrust into situations and circumstances not of their own making, and the helplessness therein and thereof. When these images lose their captions, when the images have lost their name tags, it's the poetry that Antar Nirav was reciting of the tombstone yesterday. When the tombstone says to the newer tombstones that, look, those are new tombstones, I am now centuries old, my words can barely be read, that even I am now about to die. That is how this image is evoking a lot for me. When what meaning do they have? Like an Amit Shah image, it's okay. Adityanath image is okay. It has no life beyond the need of a magazine, the need of a newspaper, the need of the hour, the story. But this Akhilesh Yadav photo I see, and that has age. That does not need a name tag. That does not need a tag of who shot it, when it was shot, why it was shot. Those are those moments when you're able to actually capture the life. It's the portrait of our times and of all times as if.
Ali, this is what I completely feel about is, again, the drishti that you are bringing into it. You know, it's what you read into a situation is also about yourself. Image making is a process. When you are in the process of image making, the image is completely made in a set of conditions that are the situational context is completely different, or maybe different completely. Now, once it is out there, once the image is ready and it is out there, it begins to have a life of its own. And the by life of its own means, okay, you know, when you set it out, when it goes out, it's printed, it's published, or it's put it out on a public platform, then you know there is a Punjabi folk saying, "Lad bakhta varan de lai, agge tere bhag lachiye." You know. Now from here on, you have to live your own life. But the context of what is happening in an image is completely different from what it is being read as. It instantly becomes an abstraction and a metaphor. Now, how the metaphor is being perceived and read is a different space. That's what you are trying to, that's what you are telling me. Now, that Amit Shah image, for somebody, may be a defining image about the political context of India, the whole, supremacy of the right mindset, political view, the emergence of the, post-Congress era, everything. It could mean anything to anybody who's seeing that thing in it, Akhilesh in this image at the time of the shooting of this image could actually be just looking at me for some direction that I may be giving him at that point of time. There's this famous story about that Winston Churchill image, looking very resolutely, that Yusuf Karsh image made by Yusuf Karsh, that became the defining image of, the British post-war resilience and the victory, just before the war. The World War II ended. And it was an image of Winston Churchill looking very resolutely at the camera. But the story behind that image is that the photographer, to get that look out of Winston Churchill, he always had a cigar in his mouth. And the photographer walked up till Winston Churchill and pulled his cigar out from his mouth. And he looked at the photographer with all that anger, at his insolence. And that that played out, once it was published, it played out as an image of British resilience. The moment, the circumstances may be completely different. The photographer may have employed the device of pulling out that camera to get that look, because in that contractual space of 5 minutes, he may not be getting that expression that he wants out of Winston Churchill. And if the narrative in his mind is to create an image of British resilience, he is employing a device to create that image by causing that expression to happen. The expression that is happening in Akhilesh Yadav's face at this moment is something that I have said to him at that moment, which is completely inconsequential compared to what you are saying about his gaze and what he's reading, what he's looking at. It is your reading. It is your reading of the metaphor. And that is the beauty of photography, that they are situational in one context, they are graphic evidence in one context, they are documentary evidence in one context, they are metaphorical in another context, they are timeless in another context. You know, the Raghurai image of that woman praying in the with the backdrop of Jama Masjid, with those ominous clouds on in the frame. The story, I heard that story in your conversation with Raghurai. The story is completely different. He was not getting a frame. He suddenly saw this frame. The lights played a part. He saw the clouds, put them all together. But how that image plays out and becomes a metaphor of the times that we are in, you know, of the whole context of the Muslim faith and the crisis of the faith, and the woman asking, you know, in the posture of dua, and the ominous clouds, how they become emblematic of the political scenarios. This is how we are reading it. You know, the context of the image in itself is completely different. The play out is happening in our minds and in the arena of our minds and the arena of time it is in. So, it is very fascinating. It's something to manan karan wali gal hai ki hun, just to understand images that time they naal play out karan da ki process hunda hai. And मैं इस गल ते आज सवेरे ही मैं बैठा सोच रहा सीगा कि ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ when we go back into our archives, the same images that are not even picked out for any kind of edit, on a repeated viewing after a few years, suddenly get imbued with so much value. वो वैल्यू कित्थों आ रही है?
You see, कि तस्वीर जो मैं देख रहे हाँ, that which I read in this photo is not scripted by me. It was scripted at the time. I was inscribed at the time the trigger shot that image. Akhilesh would be lost, would not be reading the book that he is. I'm just reading the pages that were photographed at the time. So there is a kind of reading that goes. That Winston Churchill thing is not just a cigar. It is just the unmasking
image.
It is the unmasking of Winston Churchill. I'm getting your, I think, feedback. You have to put your sound zero, if at all, from your computer. So I would say that I am just not trying to interpret it. I'm trying to read the image. I think they're two different things. So my processing is not of trying to do a katha of what it looks like. I'm just trying to read closely the words that are, the story that is inscribed. Yes, the fact that you shared with me that this was shot before the election, that helped me read. That helped me clean my lens a little. If it was, let's say, after the election, I may have read it. It may have been different, because then that story would still have been inscribed. That photo would have been different, even if it was the same shot. So it helps me to read your story narrative. I just wrote, when you were talking about, before I come to answering, after we finish this narrative, कि हाँ मैं तेरा करता हाँ मैं तेरा करता. I just wrote this when I was punching the keys. हाँ मैं तेरा करता हाँ पर हुण तू जाने ते जाने तेरी तकदीर. Oh, that's how my thoughts. Anyway, you want to add anything to that, or shall I answer to your question?
We can move to the next event.
Okay, you asked me a question. You want me to address it, or it's gone? We've gone past that.
I asked. No. I asked you this question about
The Baithak
how.
series.
ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਰਤਾ ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੂੰ ਜਾਣੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਤਕਦੀਰ ਉਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਓ
So you asked whether this has become larger than me. You see, it has not. You see, I am a renunciate. You talked of Yogi Adityanath. I renounced everything 30 years ago when I was selected to fly fighters for the Air Force. 147 FPC. My batchmates, one of my batchmates is Group Captain Puvinder. He's one of the ace pilots, test pilots at Essl. I flew the Hawk last year. Flew in the Hawk last year at the Aero Show. And it was my batchmate whom I never sort of trained with because I never joined the Air Force Academy. I renounced everything. So why did I renounce? Because for me, the parampara, the responsibility of being in the bloodline of these elders, it comes with a sacrifice. At times you have to sacrifice, you have to rein in your own urges and your own attractions to be responsible, to live a responsible life. Or to being responsible. So for me, I was introduced to the idea of the parampara, the endowments of Guru Baba Nanak, which were larger than me. I was already dwarfed. So I'm not one of those who has struck it rich. Like Jassi says, Paji, you're a mega star now. Everybody knows you. It doesn't cost an itch because I never thought I wasn't a megastar. I haven't been arrogant for no reason all these decades. Jokes apart. But the idea that as a person who's an archivist, who's been researching, meeting one grand elder versus another, I have lived this idea. I have been dedicated to an idea which is larger than me. So for me, the only difference is that now people are seeing it in public eye, how I work from 57 hours in the first days, first several, I think more than 2-3 weeks of maximum I logged was 57 hours without sleep. And that happened multiple times, but that was the max that I had. To now 18 to 21 hours without sleep. Today I've slept about, I think it's about 22 and a half hours today. Alarm really had to work hard to get me off. How do I keep up? Like, as I mentioned about Bhavdeep writing that this has gone on now for 13 weeks now. It's gone 3 months and a quarter. This cannot be like Luca Lombardi asking me that I've heard a legend that you don't sleep. But this is how I lived. It's just that in public eye it's coming up, but this is how I've been dedicated. Otherwise, the kind of recoveries I've made from Lutheran and multiple things that I've been able to do from Lutheran instrument making to documenting, using photography, being film editing and getting into audio restoration, into writing academic papers, etc., etc. Teaching and performing to raise, funds, because I've never had the fortune of receiving any grants from business houses or government. The Punjab government pledged 2 crores 2011, but then some of the politician or the concerned politicians' aid came and said, this is just the first grant. The process would be, we'll do 50-50. I said, thank you very much. I'm the last person standing. My foundation is not available for any siphoning of endeavors. Thank you very much. I never got a single penny. So that was as close, but it was a glorified thing. They say, oh, at least you've been named in a state government's annual budget and you were invited to the speaker's gallery and your foundation named. And so that's big. I said, who cares? Who cares? Hoots. I came empty-handed and I'm going back empty-handed. Now the point I'm making is that So for me to therefore come to your to come face to face with your question, that is not where it has hit me at all. It has moved me that people now know, like our very dear elder who sort of dotes on you so much, Manjari Sinha, I think yesterday or day before, she exclaimed that and she says, I have no problems in confessing that I never recognized you, that I did not even take you seriously, I think something like that, but that you recognized me, that you actually invited me for this conversation, that you, something saying that you already saw this conversation before it happened, that this is what you were looking for, this is what you were asking, and that has amazed me, something like that. So for me, that is what is moving. That it's amazing that how much I have been able to contribute, but because it has happened in the ruins of our civilization, there's no time to market what I have. Like I used to say, people said, why don't you record, why don't you do this? I said, well, my focus is on what is left with the masters, not with what I have received already. Not what I've been able to amass, because being a performer and a researcher for me, and a recoverer, if I may, of the tangible and the intangible assets is different. A performer is for me someone who takes an object, this belonged to one of the greatest men who have ever lived, Bhai Baldeep Singh. So I go on polishing and say, oh look, this is the pen. And the next day, another polish, look, this is the pen. So that for me is a performer. But when you are dealing with the idea of memory, of what is left in the memory, and that the memory is going to die the moment a master dies, then you are already introduced to the idea of working with something that is larger than you, larger than your career, larger than your fame, larger than the money that even you require to be able to do well what you're doing. So people are knowing it, fair enough, good luck to them, but they should have known better before. That would be my sarcasm, to move along, not to get caught again, not towards them, but to that very idea, not to be fooled by that idea. Oh great, now people are knowing me. I'm not caught there either. I understand that the Virtual Baithak Series, because I have conceived, I imagined as an 18-year-old the revival of the near extinct endowments of Gurū Nānak. I prospectively spoke about that the era of cultural resurgence and renaissance of the Punjab is upon us. So I'm a person who's worked in prospect. When I fought with Arvind Kejriwal in my short innings, I said that you are retrospective, you are reactionary by breed, I am the revolutionary by breed. Reactionaries act in retrospect, revolutionaries act in prospect. That you're caught with the idea of the charisma of the individual, I am enabled by the charisma of the collective. So these were very philosophic, I was nobody's camp. I was neither with the camp that was being kicked out. In fact, I was closer to Manish, Sisodia and Arvind than anybody else. But the point is that the day the Baiṭhak series came, I understood that this was bigger, because it was not about me. It was about the people I wanted to converse with. And when I'm starting with one of the greatest masters on the planet, Luigi Polsini, it already shows at the very onset it is bigger than I am. He is a memory of instruments, an actual hard work. After Jordi Savall, he's the next senior to do with Baroque and Renaissance era work, the string instruments. The artistic director of Rai, radio and so on and so forth. All those are things like you work with India Today. He's working, he's at a very, very high position. But the conversations, the idea is not about performance. I am not interested in you taking photographs in front of us or show how you're taking photos. No. Right? It is about who's that Vidwan? How did that person become a Vidwan? what is it to be a Vidyadhar, a Dharak of Vidya? And within that, can there be the birth of the Vidya Kadar within me? And when did I write this Vidya Kadar, Vidyadhar and Vidyasar, the Kendra, the Sarovar of Vidya? As a 19-year-old, when I envisioned the foundation, I said Vidyasar will be my prototype foundation. It's about Vidyadhar, the process of Vidyasar, the Parampuruk Parmeswara, the Kartar who endows any person with a gift. And then witnessing that gift is where a Vidya Kadar is born. And then the reverse flows from Vidya Kadar, they might be in the next Vidyadhar. So there's nothing new. I'm only doing which I have been. I'm still sort of gullowing or whirlpooling or churning within the same waters. And I never thought that this was smaller than me, because I don't know what it is to do things which are small. When you are part of the process, when you are a tool, I am just one tool in the grand mechanism. So I have no boast to speak of. I'm just a witness, and I want people to witness. I want people to see and be moved. I want people to do the didar of something more than themselves. I want to show them the mirror for once, that they don't see themselves, but that there are others whom the same Karta Purk Parmeswara has done. I want them to see the beauty, that the Karta is living, is not dead. Why be living fossils? When we talk of living dead, it's not about dying and decaying in one's ego. That is not the photo frame. That is not how the trigger must fall. It is about the death of ego. It's about the tu. It's about the wah. Wah Guru. Kya baat hai karta. Kya karishma kar diya re. भूल गए हम लोग कहना. हम लोग तमाशवीन हो गए. हम परमात्मा पुरुष परमेश्वरा के शरीक न रहे. हम भूल गए कि हम उसको पूरा करते हैं, कि हमरे बगैर वो अधूरा है. बस के याद आ जाए कि देखो वो करता कैसा अजब है. वो कहीं लिखकर सोया नहीं बैठा कि तकदीर हर एक की लिख दी. वो इतना ताजा है कि अभी बैठा ये भी कहानी रच रहा है. वो जो मैं बोल रहा हूं वो अभी घड़ रहा है. ऐसा कमबख्त है वो, ऐसा मचला है वो, ऐसा शरारती है. कथता बखता एक को सोई, आपे कंडा तोल तराजी, आपे तोलन हारा. गुरु नानक कहते हैं, he is the measure, the needle, the pans, the weight, the measured, and the one who says, oh, what a measure, and he says, sir, can I have that? The cost that is paid, that, I mean, करता है यार, एक है. अद्भुत रस जरा मान के देखो, जरा नशा लेके देखो यार. काहे के सब्सटेंस लेते फिरते हो? दुनिया को आंख खोल कर देखो, करता दिखता है रे करता हुआ. नशा चढ़ता है फिर ऐसा जो कहते हैं नाम कुमारी नाम का चढ़ी रहे दिन रात. ऐसा नशा चढ़ता है कि उतरता नहीं है भैया. हाँ. So I don't think it has grown larger than I am, because it was never dwarfer than I was. It was born larger than I am. And I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to someone like you to imagine. I mean, how, this is like Karta, this is the naughty one. कि मेरे मुंह से तेरी तारीफ करवा रहा है. कितना शरारती, कितना बेशर्म है करता. मुझे तुम्हारे मुंह पे तुम्हारी तारीफ करनी पड़ रही है. आई एम नोन फॉर बीइंग this snobbiness incarnate in this era. I'm supposed to be intimidating. That's the legend, no? I'm supposed to be all thorns, but here I am. But this is how I've been. I'm a fan of beauty. I'm a fan of excellence. I'm a sacrifice unto beautiful souls achieving the impossible, doing something which is, as I wrote part of my project of the conservatory, that it's important that we revive the indigenous pedagogical process, because in the run for the Western or the alien pedagogies, we've forgotten that our civilization had evolved pedagogies, and that I can, I derive dignity of having evolved as us, as these people, us, our own pedagogies, our own pedagogy, Dehati Vidyak Pranaliya. And the purpose again is, as I wrote in that project, proposal was that extraordinary is not achieved by people extraordinaire, but by those who have realized their ordinariness. What I see when I look at Luca Lombardi, I mean, how beautiful can people be? How they respond to trauma. You said something about looking at that, the trauma that you underwent in front of a 16-year-old. I see life, I see hope in that. I see hope for myself in that. मुझे लगता है कि अभी है कारण जीने के. The hump that you had to negotiate, that labyrinth that you had to escape, to be able to gain that courage, to be faced with that courage incarnate, that embodiment of that murti, zinda murti of integrity, of beauty, and then it's eye-watering, that smile. And I see that is our portrait. This is the portrait of Mother Earth. We have raped our mother. We rape water. We rape air. We rape each other. Fooled by our own intoxinations, our own hallucinations. So I find meaning in these conversations. And I hope people will do too. They will see as a portal of, I don't know if I will be able to, nobody can take away the moments that I have lived, but nobody can gift me the moments that I don't have, that I will not have, I'll never have. So I don't know how many Baiṭhaks will I do, but as many as I've done, and I know that these Baiṭhaks have inspired a range of conversations and programs from journalists I've heard from North America to India to people from Bollywood. Even me giving a crash course to Mika Singh about how I'm doing. Paji, how are you doing this? I said, my production team, my niece Brahmleen, her Mia Ishwardeep, Japinder and his Malkin Gundeep, my students, all of them, but we all conspire which software to use, and somebody, Gundeep, is doing, 20 hours researching what software is good. So I said, hey, listen, how do I do? He said, no, you're not telling anybody how you're doing it for 6 months, because everybody, you're the most plagiarized person on the planet. We want people to wonder for 6 months how you're doing this. So they had their own wonders. But, from giving crash courses on how to manage this and so on and so forth. So it is, I don't know what to say. It is, I'm glad that those are the collateral benefits as such, that it has inspired. But my quest of connecting with some of the finest people Ghulam Ali of the Ghazal, our relationship is broken down. He said yes, and then he said no, because there are no commercials in it. So I had a mouthful to say to him. So those things like that, and we go a long way back. I said, bloody hell in heaven together. I'm the Parampara Mukhi. How dare you say no to me? So those fights, I mean, if ever the story gets written of the refusals that have come by me. Somebody saying, oh, well, we will only talk, we won't sing. You know, because there's no money. So the kind of, it is, how do I spend those 18 to 21 to 57 hours? How many Baiṭhaks that are constructed? I've worked maybe 30 hours on one person, conversing with them, begging, can you send me a photo? Can you send me, please don't send me a WhatsApp photo. It's 19 KB. I need to process it. Can you say at least 1 megabyte, please? And you were such a miser, you sent me a 573 KB image. Shame on you, Bandeep. And one of the so-called best photographers on the planet, puke. So what they're making is all of those conversations put together. You know, J.J. Valaya, finally he sent me the PDF. And what did he send? He sent me a photo of his via WhatsApp. Right? But that's not the point. That's him. People, it is soon that I will be talking to him as well, right? Now that's a photo he has sent. But the point I'm making is, he's a Chandigarh, he's a darling of a fellow, I'm not criticizing him. But do you know that it is the fourth postponement? Because he was unwell before, then it was last Friday. So it takes time to do this. But the effort, the reason I'm sharing this is that it is not just the people I've been able to converse with. There is a story. The Baithak series is about those I have dreamed of, I have wished to converse with. But for reasons petty to reasons just beyond one's might, I will not be like Pandit Rajshekhar Mansoor. He's in a place where the technology isn't. Pandit Ramhari Das from the Odisha, he's the only person apart from me, or at least in the known world, who has a tradition of chant singing. I used to think only Gurbani has the idea, until we were in the I was in the executive and he was in the General Council of the Sangeet Natak Academy 10 years ago. And we were in Dalhousie discussing, I was scripting the 2020, vision for Sangeet Natak Academy's music until 2020. I ended up writing alone afterwards, after all the fights and fist fights and verbal onslaughts. I discovered at the time that in Odisha's classical music, which is still not recognized as an authentic classical tradition, that they still sing chants. He's locked down in a village. And I have been chasing him for 4 months now. I'm into the 4th month. So it is a very humbling process as well. So the story is not just those, but I want people to know that I made an attempt. I tried to converse with some of the most beautiful contributors that I have known from close and from far. That like I scouted in the streets and the villages, the lost streets of South Asia, about the memory bearers of the memory of Gurū Nānak songs, of Kabiri Naad, of Namdev and Ravidas's, ragas and dhuns, Baba Sheikh Farid's, that I've been traveling. I'm still scouting for people. Like Luca Lombardi, I did not know 10 days ago about him, 1 week ago. So I hope that may answer, I don't know, share a thought vis-a-vis or two with regards to your question. I don't know. But that's what my mouthful is back at you.
No, but ਝੂਠ ਬੜਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ. That you say, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ you gave up so many things. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ gave up ਕੀਤਾ? ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ give up my flying career. The amount you are flying, it's just that the spaces have changed. ਤੁਸੀਂ virtual flying ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ virtual ਖਲਾਵਾਂ 'ਚ ਉੱਡ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ mind spaces ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ fly ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ and fighting ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ. You're not given up any of your fighting. It's wonderful. You are experiencing new landscapes, new devices. You are landing on strips that you are not on unknown territories. You're bombarding them with your brilliance. See, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ give up ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕੁਝ. It's all flying back to you. It's all flowing back to you. Chalo, anyhow, we'll converse.
Let's go to the next one. Yeah. But thank you for that question anyway. I'm sorry for the long rant.
See, the whole idea of these conversations is, Paji, that we talk, we exchange, and in the process of the exchange, we learn something much bigger than ourselves. And for me, I'm very happy stopping my images any point to hear what you have to say, because I'm not here to come and show you my images. I'm not here to showcase. I'm here to talk to you. And what is exciting for me is this conversation, because my images are just trigger points of my language. They are just trigger points. कि ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਾਰਜਰ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ. That is for me more exciting. And so many times in my conversations with you, I wanted to move back and forth. Now that we are talking, we are bound by the structure of the PDF. Otherwise, there are images that I want to just cut out and go to certain images that you are talking about those bhavs. Anyhow, this is my musician I really admire, T.N. Krishnan, and it was an image done in 2017, I guess, and this was again looking at the political landscape at that time. The environment that he was singing about, his singing was, and he was talking about going against the hegemony of the establishment, of the music establishment, and singing in spaces that are more subaltern. And here he is at the Fisherman's Beach in this thing, and so again, for me, when I'm photographing musicians, I'm just amazed at the way the hands almost evoke the aura of what they are singing. And this was an image. I love that. Do you notice that dogs sleeping under the boat?
Yes, I was looking at that exactly.
So,
Kya baat hai?
It's also, he is doing what he is sent out to do, and the dog is doing what he is meant to do. The next image, but it's again for a fashion story. It was done as a cover image for a fashion story that I did. Everything about this image was it's a story about new bridal outfits, and it's a model. I really admire her work, and I admire her love photographing her, Nikita Sahai. And this photograph was done by throwing rice around her and freezing the rice in the air.
I see.
So this is the tradition of how rice is thrown on the bride. And in Punjab, the bride throws off the rice when she leaves the house. So the visual for this image was came out from there. And again, you see the context of that is the studium of the image, and that is the context in the thought behind the image. But the necessity of what is happening at the moment is completely different. The night fell too fast. I lost the light. I was not with enough light.
I see.
There's too much dark around her. It had to be filled. It had to have that aura about it. It became an element.
I see. Kya baat.
This next we can go, and this is the images I wanted to come down to.
The Navrasas.
Navrasas, and this is a sequence that I did with.
Oh, kya baat hai. Kya baat hai.
And a lot of time when I photograph actors and performers, I'm not interested in an image that is just a representation of what they look like. For me, the process of what they do is very, very exciting. To explore the process of what they do. That explains my frustration sometimes at shooting a lot of these top-end film stars, because they don't have time, as you also experienced. The commercials are not there. So the exploration of the process is left. What frustrating hunda hai that you are in the presence of a talent, genuine talent, and leading talents most of the time, and to see your process explore nahi kar pande because of the concerns that are there. So there, she was amazing, and we did this whole sequence of exploring the Navrasas. So this is the Navras this is the image that is an image of you doing this Baithak series. Adbhut Ras.
Kya baat.
The next image.
Kya baat.
Karunaras. Pain. See, the device that I'm using in these images is, if you see, the lighting is constant. The setting is constant. The elements are constant. The only thing that is changing is our expression. So you can see the transformations of mood happening.
Yeah.
And this is happening in the same space. So you know that she has moved from this expression to this expression. And in that, you see the blossoming of her craft. The next one.
Wow.
Laughed. The beauty of these portraits was, when I was photographing her, I remember distinctly that I was responding, I was like a flag. The impression was that, gust coming at me, and I would respond to it like that. When she was laughing, I actually was smiling behind the camera. I remember photographing the actress Bhumika Chawla once, and we did a Navras series with her as well. And when I was shooting her, I remember there was when we did the Karunaras, Instantly, her face collapsed and she started crying.
Oh.
And the way she started crying, the way the tears came out of her eyes, I choked within and my hands froze on the camera. And, and I immediately, after shooting the frames, when I asked her to change the ras and I changed the bhav, only when she could get out, I could breathe.
Wow, wow.
Look at this.
The eyes in her laughter are amazing. And they're laughing too. She's actually laughing. It's not just the facial muscles that are, I mean, she's not pretending. She's living that. Kya baat.
And look at the next one.
Yeah.
Go to the next one.
Kya baat hai.
Raudra. If you create a flip book of these images,
Yeah.
can you imagine what you'll see?
Yeah, I did that. I've been doing it, going back and forth and coming back to the one that we are at. So I have done that.
Look at the next one. The child.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow, 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 wow. And the hands, the entry of the hands, is the first photograph with the
Yeah,
hands. That's
yeah.
and how I mean how much they're adding uh, to the image. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Amazing, yeah.
To the next one.
Hmm.
She was in her 90s.
Hmm.
This frame, 5 feet something, body folded page, and how she could transform the air around her. Which one are you on?
The same age, yeah.
And now see the vibhats.
Oh, wow. The eyes.
Disgust.
Yeah.
And see the last one, Paji.
Yeah. You can't even recognize the person. All those rasas are gone, their history, as if they were never here. It's like the ocean after the storm, totally calm.
And this is Shantras.
Yeah, you tell the ocean that you caused havoc yesterday,
Yeah.
that you came as a tsunami, you've cost millions of lives. And the ocean says, oops, that was not me. I don't know that. I don't know yesterday, I think I was born today. Kya baat hai. River Street is where we go next.
This is here we go into the uncertain. So this is, this is something that I have been doing. This body of work has been, I've not posted it ever. This is done in Calcutta. And just a second.
It's amazing.
I always feel that whenever I arrive at a river, I feel I arrive at an expanse. It's like when you go from those winding lanes, those streets, and you open into a river face. It's almost like a feeling of release. And in the moment of coming face to face with the river, all the compression, the stress, the congestion that you feel inside a city is unloosed. It's like a complex knot inside you that has just been, somebody has pulled a single strand and that entire knot has come loose. And what happens then, it becomes a kind of a curtain against which, the theater of life plays out. It's like a void, a kind of white space. When you're reading a tightly packed, dense paragraph in a book, very tightly packed fonts, small font size, and suddenly you come across the white space in the page, the release that you feel. I've always felt that in front of a river. So this body of work was done in Calcutta. I was working with the ABP group, for 5 years, and I would often go to Calcutta for meetings, for assignments. And what I would do is every morning in Calcutta, I would take this walk along the river with a single camera and a single lens.
I see.
And armed with a very important device, a very powerful device, which would be a Macmillan edition of Gitanjali in the hip pocket. And with no purpose to take pictures consciously. No whatever, I would just go there to walk, to sometimes experience things, have chai, talk to people. And this is a very, very precious project. And what I realized and what I am sharing with you is that sometimes the best images happen when you are not seeking to create images.
Yeah.
Not wanting to consciously create images. You just are going into a situation to be. And what you are, what the essence of what you are, begins to reveal the landscape in accordance to your thoughts. These are those images.
Right. That's amazing. That boat with 4 people in there. Kya baat?
Just trapped, almost like a image within an image. And there is movement in the frame, and yet you can see the stillness in the image. Almost everything is frozen in time. And that's what Calcutta is for me. A landscape, life frozen, a kind of life fossilized as per ease. There is chaos, yet there is ease. Something perennial about it.
Yeah.
Go to the next
Wow,
request.
wow.
This is, these are images of repose. You see this white space of the river, and you see these dots of heads dipping and emerging from the river, the morning baths, ritual ablutions, people washing, praying, or just playing. It's like I see a canvas and I see life playing out against that canvas. Forms, sleeping, lazing, stretching, walking, sitting, just doing nothing. I mean, these people, these silhouettes, as if they've been abstracted from the flow of life. I would walk along the riverside, sit somewhere, read a few pages of Gitanjali, keep looking at some point. Sometimes something would emerge, I would just photograph it. And in that stillness, a lot of patterns would emerge. A lot of things, you began to see a lot of elements that are very complex. If you see in this image how the pairing is happening, two people sleeping, two crows.
I was looking at that, the two people sleeping, two pair of eyes watching over them as if.
Yeah, as if they're standing guard.
Yeah, yeah. My mic was off actually. I was continuing to say, I didn't realize until, yeah. And I was just amazed at what the crows have added to the photo. I mean, you subtract the two crows, I don't know what the photo would be without them.
Yes, yes.
मतलब एक कांवा ने तस्वीर बनाती. Right now I can't even imagine if this photo without the crows. But their presence is so bloody important in them.
Next image you can see.
Yeah. What is this?
Again, these are all on the ghats of of Kolkata. In fact, what you see, the white space that you see, if you see carefully, you'll see the edge of the river.
I see.
There are all ghats there, and that's where the trade of faith happens.
Oh, I see.
And what this entire space is this entrance to the ghat. This space is taken over by all these pandas who sit there and who people come to and they bless them, because it's Ganga, after all. So everybody who comes out of the bath, it's not ritual bathing that's happening. It's not taking a dip in the Ganga. So a lot of people come with that bhav. So all people inside, the whole process of getting a tilak done.
I see.
You observe these. Observe this play, nice life play, and you see elements, small little elements. Just see how the fingers are spread out, and it's almost like a dance mudra. And it is the finger that reveals what is happening in this space and what this space is all about. Just that 2% of the frame telling you entirely what's this 98% about.
The promise of the heaven
Yeah.
and the fear of hell. Kya baat hai? These look
And
like, wow, it's amazing. Boats and the guy. It's amazing those, those staffs are all pointed towards the ocean, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, there are oars
Yeah.
at the back of the boat,
Yeah.
almost like signaling. And this actually,
Banda
this
ja
image
bhi
is
raha hai.
my,
That guy is also walking towards there only.
and
And
this image, is for me the image. It's a tribute to Cartier-Bresson. That image of that guy leaping over the puddle.
yeah.
As if his foot is about to touch, and this, the metaphor of stepping into two boats at the same time.
And the shadow tells where you end up.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one is, oh wow,
So
the
this is
mirror.
this is a mirror, exactly. This is a mirror on the wall, which is mirroring the river and the boat behind. You see the boat behind the guy
Yeah,
in the water.
yeah.
So it's almost, and behind them is all the struggle, the strife, the dunyadari, as to say, the chaos, the whole, the marketing of all the faith, the idolatry.
Amazing.
These gentle
Oh, I love
activities
this.
of,
Again, the crow and the chain. Yes, you were saying something, Bandeep?
I was saying, this gentle, over time when you're shooting these images, these gentle things that are happening on the riverbank, they kind of merge into your silence, and they are happening not as dramatic events unfolding. They and you are in a space of calm when you are photographing it. The pilgrims walking to the ghats, ferries moving back and forth, people strewn along on the ghats in sleep, crows flapping, pigeons flying all around, settling down, all become inhabitants of a shared space. And it is in that shared space that you actually meet yourself. This is an image of, I was saying that, all these activities, all these elements, they are not dramatic things happening, but there is so much metaphorical drama once they become part of your shared experience. Because then you are not seeing these images for what they are, but you are seeing them for what they reveal to you about yourself and your thoughts.
Yeah.
For example, this is just a guy sitting on a jetty with a toothbrush in his hand. But these chains, and the clouds and the crows.
Instead of the seagulls, when you see the Mediterranean and the other ocean, this is crows here. Is the Indian Ocean portal. क्या बात है. वाह 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 वाह. The flight into oblivion. क्या बात है.
Are you on the next one?
Yeah, yeah.
I
The feet.
am very intrigued by the geometry in a lot of images that I see. You see the triangle created by the feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you see the triangle created by the rope.
Yeah,
Exactly in the same formation as the feet.
yeah.
Then you see the triangle created by the boat.
Mm.
So this is a musical experience for me.
Yeah.
Geometry like this play out, and in the middle of all that, the crows come in.
Yeah, this is like a raga, Vadi and the Samvadi, you know, the two pillars. And then all the notes in between.
And yet, you know, there is again calm in the image,
Yeah.
calm and chaos simultaneously.
Yeah. And the next one, this guy is walking with an idol.
Yeah, that's actually a cloth
Ganesha.
mold of Ganesh,
I
on
see.
which you create the final.
Oh, I
you
see.
know,
It's the inside. I see.
yeah, the structure, the skeletal structure on which you put the clay to finally create it. But again, you see the layers in which this image is
Yeah,
unfolding,
that guy in the water, the guy walking
and the and
with
the
the
bird,
glass. Yeah.
and the bird almost coming out from the arch of the, you know, the ballet-like posture of the guy, you know, in taking his bath, almost like from the arch of his body, a bird taking flight, and this guy at the second level. So if you see, if you do a CT scan of this image, it's at 4-5 different levels. This is
Datta Babu's bathing ghat.
yeah.
And the ganne ka juice, the sugar canes.
And
किन्नी कहानियां ने ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ.
And in the middle of it, you know, a half-formed God
Yeah.
walking through.
The portal to heaven. As if. क्या बात. And the next one is. क्या बात है. कुश्तियां करवा रहे हो.
You know, for me, the beauty of doing images on the street is how elements become metaphorical of something larger. You know, this is almost like a Jack and the Beanstalk moment. You know, somebody moving out of the temporal frame. And the space, the negative space between the legs, almost like the wings of a bird. I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, it reminds me of that athletic, shots from this wrestler resting on the right of the image, the wrestler on the parallel bars as if, to actual wrestling, and then rope climbing, exercise. It's quite multiple layers of that. It's like multiple people showing what you were doing with one person in one photo. This is like an image taken decades ago, years ago. Something very interesting for me to see. Sa, the pot bearer. I see. I remember this.
So This
Kya
is,
baat hai. I remember the exhibition. I think you did that on that Mathura Road gallery.
yeah, the stainless gallery.
Yeah, बड़ा मजा आया सी.
So this Ari is my work. It's more than about 14, 15 years of work. Um, this is my work on the idea of the body and the idea of the vessel. And the images that you're seeing over here are inspired a lot by uh, classical Indian thought and Indian philosophy. And the seed of this whole project was to kind of arrive at to discover for myself my understanding of how we look at our own bodies. The whole representation of the body, particularly the feminine form, and the underlying reaction to, or this work was formed out of a reaction actually. It is a very interesting story that I had a chance to review the book, the first book on Indian nudes by Prabuddha Dasgupta. And I reviewed the book and I was fascinated by his work. And it was, I think, one of the most beautiful, it is a landmark event in Indian photographic history, to look at the body. But when you like something strongly, within a strong like of something, the questions become equally pronounced. And when I was reviewing the book of Prabuddha, I began from my fascination. It became a journey into frustration, because I had been extremely interested in the subject of nude photography, and I was while looking at all the other works of masters of this genre, I had seen that the best of photography of the body always was steeped into some cultural idea of looking at the body. Like the Japanese nudes are always minimalistic, always have that Zen sensibility about it. The German nudes, Helmut Newton, always very athletic, always very, very erotic. The French nudes, always pastoral. The languidly erotic. And I had this, and when I was looking at Prabuddha's work, now I was very young at that time, and the distinction at, I just started my career, and Prabuddha was a well-known photographer. And I began instantly, my filter in my mind said the first book on Indian nudes. And I began to look for the Indian nude in the images. And now Prabuddha was a very well-known fashion photographer, leading fashion photographer. And he had photographed all the leading models that he was working with in that time. And I was looking for the element of Indianness in those images. But they were primarily from the fashion language space. And that put in the thought in my head, what would be the Indian way of looking at the body? What would be how do we look at our own body? How do we look at the whole idea of sensuality? And I began to put together my thoughts around it. Prabhu's work became a seed for me to explore my thoughts about what would be an essential Indian look at the representation of the feminine form. And to cut a long story short, I began this journey. A lot of influences came in the process of this. A lot of influences from the space of dance, from yoga, from the classical Indian sculpture, paintings of representations of tantric imagery, the idea of the bindu, the idea of the triangles, all that flowed into this work. And the images that you see over here, I did with the idea of, I worked with the idea of the vessel, that, gradually formed a part of this body of the work. Primarily because of the cultural association, the parallel that Indian culture and thought draws between the body and the idea of the vessel. Gurbani, for instance, how almost like a synonym, it uses the word ghat for the body. Kabir ji says, is ghat antar baag bagiche, isi mein sirjan hara. Is ghat andar saat samundar, isi mein 9 lakh tara. Is ghat antar anhad garje, isi mein uthat fuhara. Kehat Kabir suno bhai sadhu, isi mein साईं hamara. Throughout classical Indian thought, to the Bhakti movement, to the Sufi movement, the idea of the body as the vessel almost travels parallelly. So I photographed the body in juxtaposition with the vessel to evoke the thoughts that came, the references that I had read, and these are the images that were formed along with that. So if you see these in the first image, the pots almost create a kind of a sand timer like shape behind the person in the natural curves of the body. Placing a pot on top of another pot also created for me a sign of infinity. If you see how the light moves in this, you will almost notice the structure of infinity. And a feminine form behind it, straddling infinity in the form of a yogic posture.
And also the hourglass, the passage of time from one ghat to another.
The sand timer, that's what I said.
Ah, yes.
So, and the core idea over time that developed is also the idea of that the influence that I got from the Shakta school of philosophy of the predominance of the feminine energy, the overarching feminine energy, in the manifest life. So even while she's sitting in a Shavik posture, so again, if you see, I'm talking to you and it's hitting me. The overarching feminine is present even in the posture of the Adi Yogi, which is Shiv.
And it's like Guru Nanak's, bhando hi bhand upja bhanda abaj na koi. It's that state when man no longer exists. It's the pando hi pand upja, one picture to the other. Panda baj na koi, panda Nanak panda bahara ekko sacha soe. And that the one beyond the woman is the one unto, in this image, the woman, even the woman, the one she meditates unto. It's that line, last two lines of Guru Nanak's idea of the woman. I think this picture for me is like a representation of that idea. One picture to the other. And both are women. Kya baat hai?
Second one. So again, the idea of the overarching feminine form over a globe-like vessel, pondering. And it's also an image of Prakriti, pondering over the
Kudrat, the khel, no? Ape khel kare sab karta. The next one.
So this image is it reminds me of do you see, it's the title of this image is the mythical bull.
I see.
Do you see the bull shape? Do you see the idea of do you see the two eyes and the snout?
Yeah.
And the pot behind.
Yeah.
Almost like a globe.
And Pandajamiya, also.
Dhavle ute keta bhar.
Yeah.
Dharti hor pare hor hor. The next one.
Kya baat?
So this was again, I've never shown this image before.
I see.
This is the image of descent, almost like the fall of man.
Yeah.
So I've done where I represented the feminine form like the Kundalini, the snake energy, serpent energy. But this image was an image of fall. When from an enlightened state you fall, the energy falls back into the Muladhara. When you've given to temptation, and the series, the row of pots along the image, along the form, for me, are a representation of the vertebrae, the spine. And along the spine, the serpent energy in a state of descent. I've done a series in which the form is in ascent, almost like a rising serpent.
Right.
This is, for me, an image of fall.
Kya baat? And the next. Kya baat? Wow.
This was again drawing from the tantric image of the ghat and the idea of uh, the Rigvedic notion of the Purn Kumbh. The representation of pot in, you see those pots always at, in merchant establishments, those two kalashs with Shubh Labh written on them.
Yeah.
Those kalashs represent the womb. And the whole idea of the generative power of the womb, how it creates life. The whole idea, the whole idea of the classical Indian idea of looking at the body is, at the feminine body, is looking at it as a womb in the mode of the Janani, the Prakriti, which originates life. And as such, from that symbology, the idea of the vessel becomes the vessel of auspiciousness through which bounty emerges. Just as life emerges from the womb, bounty emerges from the vessel. And that's why the kalash in every ritual, and every ritual of every ceremonic rituals represents the idea of the bounty and the idea of the body. See, if you look at the structure of the kalash, it is, nowadays everybody uses that steel lota. Traditionally, it was the earthen pot, no?
Yeah.
And an earthen pot has all the 5 elements that go into the making of the body.
Yeah.
All the 5 elements are used to make the earthen pot, which constitute the body.
And the potters, the soil used to come from a kabristan or from where the dead have been, because that's chikni mitti.
Yeah. And the idea of the water element in the body was the pani, the jal that was kept in the kalash. And the idea of the leaves represented the tejas, the energy, the the generative power of the womb. And the nariyal that is kept on the kalash is representation of it's actually the Purnahuti in the yajna. And it represented the Purnahuti, it represented the ego mind. That's what you offer as the final offering. The Purnahuti of the ego mind. So, drawing from those references, the symbology of these images.
Wow.
And this was origin. The feet coming from,
I saw that.
Almost yoni-like formation of the hands, with the womb birthing, emergence of life. And this next image, it's called the bearer of 7 pots. And this is an image where you see all the 7 pots in alignment, 6 pots below and the one on top of the head. Representing the 7 chakras of the body. All the 7 chakras creating an energy flow to reach the top chakra, which is the crown chakra, the Sahasrara.
Wow.
The next 2 images are very, very metaphorical and, the essence of this project. You see this, the first image is what I call, I call it the Muladhar, which is the primary seat of your Kundalini. And it draws from a lot of tantric imagery and the work of, painters like Sohan Kadri, painters like Raza Saab. image of the Bindu in the vessel, it has flown into my language from these traditions, from looking at the mandalas. And if you see this image carefully, the inverted pot represents the base level of spirituality, the starting level. The energy is flowing out.
Yeah.
The inverted triangle represents the sexual energy, and the space between the fingers is almost like a yoni, which is the energy is sexual. And now if you see the next image, the same image is completely inverted, and this is called the Sahasrar, which is the crown chakra. It is a representation of that. The pot is straightened, nothing is flowing out, and the hands that are closed have opened out in the formation of a lotus, and the space between the fingers in the center becomes the third eye. You may not see them like this, but when I was shooting them, when I was understanding and when I was going through these images, when I was in the process of making these images, these were the notions that I was referencing in my mind. Are you on the next image?
Now we are.
Again, an image of how the woman's body is creating a natural receptacle. A triangular form, holding the energy, holding the seed, Bij Patra, the seed vessel. And this brings, me to the last image of this conversation, which is just an image of grace. This was in Spiti Valley. I was there for 5 days, and it rained for 5 days, and I got no images, routine, regular images, and I wanted, this is Key Monastery in Spiti, and I was fascinated by Key Monastery, and I had a beautiful stay at this monastery. And I wanted to create an image of Key Monastery that was in my mind, an unformed image, but just as an act of, representing the grace, the beauty, the oceanic feeling that I had received in the monastery. I wanted to create an image of that. And I could not make the image at all. And I was on the 5th day when I was about to leave Spiti, we reached the turning point from where this view would disappear, and you would not see this view again. This was the last view of Spiti. And just as we were about to leave, this magically, just as I was reminded of what Raghuji said at the at your in your conversation with you, he said the nature says, "Ele, ke chaida satanu," and the skies miraculously parted, and there's this one beam of light falls on the monastery. I asked the driver to stop. I pull out the camera and take 2 frames, and the light is gone. And the 2 frames now, hear this, those 2 frames when I shoot, I can already see that the light is not falling on the monastery. And just like Irfan's tear, I think I missed the shot.
I see. Oh, no.
Because these were film times, you know. This is
You
2000
couldn't
and
see anything, yeah.
not know what you have shot.
Yeah.
And but I could physically see that the light was now behind the monastery. And I said to myself, "Oh God, I wish the light had been on those on the monastery." And I thought, it's gone now. You know, I missed it because when it was happening, it fell on the monastery.
I see.
And Baji, again, just like Irfan's tear, 20 years later, when I processed this negative, I saw this image.
Don't tell me, really.
And I
20 years later, you gotta be kidding me.
No,
Wow.
I processed it then only, but 20 years ago, you know, later the same feeling happened, you know, is what I'm trying to say.
I see.
I processed this image. Now, if you know black and white photography a little, the buildings are white, right? If the light had fallen on the buildings and I was shooting the buildings would have been washed away. Nothing of the background would have come in the frame because of the white on white. If the light had hit the white edge, it is because it went behind the buildings that it got an aura, and it's the peripheral light that hit the buildings, showed them in their full splendor. I mean, I put this picture as my final image of this conversation to tell you that whatever is what I have shown and whatever is the work that I do, it's all an act of receiving. What is my skill, my preparation, my effort is just to keep myself prepared to receive and not let things come in the way. This image is about that.
Wow. Kya baat hai. So that this was very moving. Thank you really for sharing all of this. And the idea of receiving, as I've written, that there's a difference between reading a text and singing a text, that there's a difference between a composed song and a revealed song. And you've just showed us, the idea of ek mithya hoya hunda hai, which you have to do sometimes, but then in between, tohfa milda hunda hai. And one has to be there to be able to receive it at times.
Music has a beautiful term for it. I mean, you have in music tradition you call this Amad.
Yeah, Amad is still something that is more in terms of khayal, which is also receiving. Yes, Amad is there, but this is the outside. It's not you. It's a different kind of receiving. It is something exterior. It's not a khayal. Khayal doesn't require the elements, the crowds to come. It is. I mean, it has to have a reality. It has a simulation of a different kind, but it is still within. But here, it's different. You're about to take the final turn and it's gone. And it's that moment that occurs. For example, Ahmed, to you, within a thought, a poem could have occurred all the way from Spiti to Delhi. Right? But it's at that moment when it's the Prakriti, you know, puri Kudrat ek vele align kar diya, you know, the confusion. Suddenly a moment strikes and then it's gone again. It's back to, you know, one moment and gone. It's to be there at that moment to catch it. That's, I think, the charisma of it, the kautak of it all. I have been a recipient of another work, which is the calligraphic works. Would you mind showing us quickly?
Unless, Paji, we can let it be for another time.
Are you sure?
I think let it be for another time. Let us...
They're just a few. They're just a few. We can... or you want to do it another time? I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm fine with that. But I know that people have not... You've never shown them to anyone. And it's the Bandeep Singh nobody knows.
Well...
it depends on if the Bandeep Singh of the old overpowers the Bandeep Singh never told, never revealed.
I think, Paji, let this thing be about the images only.
Are you sure?
You know? Yeah.
Okay.
We can talk about that at another journey.
Part 3 then. We'll have to do a part 3. And we can,
you know,
we can talk about the
processes are different, you know,
yes.
And in the sense that the technique is different, and you know, the trajectory of the conversation goes into a different dimension then, you know, and I think silence.
I'm getting recommendations, serious recommendations that we need to show it.
Serious
okay. Recommendations. And you know what? मैं पंगा ले रहा हूँ. You see, for once the trigger is in my hand, and here it is. ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁੱਕੜ ਫਸ ਗਿਆ. ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਗਿੱਚੀ ਮਰੜੂ ਮੈਂ.
No, I think, Paji, we should leave it. We can do it another time.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So we just show this like calligraphic works. That's it. That's it. I mean, it's like that close. People, come on. Can you all vote? I see Pallavi saying, please show. Poonam Zuchi saying, no, not now, Bhai Baldeep Singh ji. Not now. Not now what? You're not clear, Poonam. Not now, Bhai Baldeep. Hey, I'm Bhai Baldeep Singh. How dare you? I'm kidding. What to do? Vote, people. Let's tell me that you want to coax him. Messages, come on, quick. Not that kind of a delay. That's just one. I wish I could do a poll right now, but what say, Bandeep? Your call. I mean, Pallavi says, show it. Oh, Poonam says next time. I see. Who's Poonam Zuchi? Is someone that you would want to you give a damn or not give a damn about? Is a voice voice important for you to hear?
Poonam is an artist friend. She's a lovely person, and she I mean
lovely to you. Yes, वो तो मेरे को मना रही है ना, तो मैं क्यों lovely कहूँ उनको?
No, and one of the first, and she's a calligrapher herself.
I see.
And she does a lot of graphic art herself. And, you know, a lot of times, you know, when perhaps, you know, this is really, you know, what a coincidence that now I'm thinking about it. You know, when Poonam did her first exhibition of her calligraphic work, I photographed her work for the catalogue.
I see. I see.
So, and that was long time back.
Really? I see.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I know Pallavi
So,
says I'm greedy, but everybody else says we should do a part 3.
yeah, I mean,
Starting with
I
Poonam. And
yeah, I
so,
what
Pallavi, sorry, you're being outvoted.
no, because what the thing is that it's been 5 hours of our conversation, and people also need time to and
Array, nobody's been waiting. It's only me and you here. Everybody else been having breaks, you know. But anyway, but yes, let's do it part 3. I'm fine with that. I think it requires a different. I think it should just be a different
yeah,
chapter. I agree with Poonam there, you know, and
yeah, yeah.
and I think that Spiti image is something very moving.
But, after this image, I also don't want to speak. You know, don't feel like.
Yeah. And that idea of the tofa, it's a real gift. I think that's a. I think we can both subtract ourselves from the frame as we see the Spiti image. So Bandeep, what's next? Are you still clicking? Are you tired of clicking?
No, now this is the conversation that we had last time also, that oftentimes now you a lot of clicking is about repeating yourself again and again. You're trying to it's getting different images, yes, but you the way I see it, that what excites me is, am I evolving next? Am I moving further in my quest and in my language? So for me, that is more exciting. This journey of that also is perhaps a reaction to the fact that I do a lot of clicking as a part of my job. As a photographer for the publication, I'm doing a lot of imagery there, and I'm seeing images. A plethora of images all the time. On an average, I see about 300 to 500 images every day. So so I'm and not just seeing, evaluating them, selecting out of them. So there is a kind of a kind of sense of fatigue, that builds up in so much visual information. To invest yourself in a new series of work, or to keep doing in a series of work, you need to have a sense of movement, a sense of growth, and a lot of time, what is spent preparing for that, to engaging with the process of reading about that. For example, just when the whole the 558th year celebrations of Gurū Nānak Sahib's birth anniversary was kicked off, and I wanted to plunge myself into creating images on that theme, and we have spoken on that as well. It was not just about documenting or recording or doing images randomly. For me, it was very important to have that visual language coming inside me. And for that, for example, I started reading Gurū Nānak Sahib's Bani with a visual perspective now. How does it evoke? Does it evoke visuals in me? And what kind of visuals does it evoke inside me? That once that language makes itself felt in tangible terms in the mind, that is when you pick up the camera. I'm just giving you an insight into a process, how you work on the body of work. it's very important that the language is revealed to you in some manner or the other. Otherwise, you are just cultivating. You are cultivating. You are plowing the field. You know, for something to emerge, for the seed to fall in it. Only then the journey starts with the form. That quest is always there. You know, I'm always reading the field. So in some manner or the other, even while I'm looking at your Instagram posts, looking at, you know, conversations of yours, you know, this thing at the back of the mind is always there. You know, that these are attempts to ready the space, to get your vessel right underneath.
Right. It's like those 300, 400, 500 notes that a musician touches. It's like Uddhav Shinde, the son, in Apegaon in Maharashtra, the son of Shinde Bua, Shankara Shinde, Apegaonkar, told me I couldn't fly for his daughter's wedding, but one of the finest Pakhavish players, Shinde Bua, his son, Uddhav, he says, Bhaiji, I'm now 65, but I still practice 2 hours every day. I still play, and I'm very happy that I can play 2 hours Pakhavish without a break. So it's those 300, 500 notes or dhas or dance that you touch. And it's a qualitative touch. I think you don't, at this time, I mean, you've seen so many, how do you choose images would be a separate Baiṭhak itself. Would be to give you maybe one day 50 images just as a specimen, random images, and ask you to choose one photo out of them. That I would love to do that with you one day. How do you choose that image? Show us, and we could do a poll with people. We could reveal the photos that you have to choose, and then we will, without you watching what they're choosing, and then you giving reasons. For example, they used to invite me until the corruption in the music competitions did not want me there. So at the Delhi University, Gurbani competitions held by several Sikh colleges, there used to be, my former student Rabbi Shergill's mother used to be the principal at the time at the Mata Sundari College. And then my system was simple. I would have a bunch of papers, everybody singing, what composition they're singing, what rag. I will have notes about how they're singing, what note was messed in which line, how was each line noted. Anything that I would hear, I would go on. I would end up maybe with one paragraph on every composition sung. And then I would eventually give numbers and points and so on and so forth. So people, the 2, 3, 4 years that I did, people would wait for me at the end because I would take half an hour to tell every participant's thing. And I would be ending up telling, this person, who got disqualified, this was done. And the teachers, are you there? There's a problem there and there's a problem here and you need to do this. So they would say, what is happening? And they would love it. And then I would come down to those who were given the consolation prizes, why they were given the consolation prizes, justifications. And then the third, why were you given the third prize? What did you do wrong? And without comparing with anybody, about their performance, just informing them how I saw their performance. And the second, and then justifying the first. This is why you're given the first prize. But then these were still the problems. It's that the one who did the least mistakes is the one who's being given. So there's a process. I'm versed with that idea of doing that. I was very ruthless. So there's to be a very, Principal Baldev and others, we would be fighting. He would say, Gee, Flana school, Guru Harkrishan Public School, India Gate, they have to be given the first prize. I said, why? They said, they've been getting first prize for so many years. I said, but, come on now, this is a bit much. Just because they've received, I said, I was not there to see it. He says, but I was there. I said, but this competition, sire, is for what they sing this time, not for what they've sung before. I mean, these innocent fights. Then to come down to a doting one, he says, oh, what will I tell the teachers now? I said, what happened? They came to me last night. I said, oh, really?
Oh, I have had one series of judgments where I, in photo competitions, I have been on the jury of so many photo awards, but the craziest arguments that, come forth, there was a award that was to be given, and somebody said, "Isko de do," and I said, "Why?" Because he's poor. Usko zarurat hai पैसों की. उसके जिसको दे रहे हो उसके पास तो बहुत पैसे हैं. वो तो बहुत assignments करता है. तो इसको दे दो जिसको पैसों की जरूरत है. He deserves the award. So
it's so funny.
This thing.
It happened with the Anād Sanman, no? Anād's Poetry Awards. I had to pause it after 4 because there was because of this. People were claiming, and one in the jury that would be headed by Professor Satyapal Gautam. Madan was part of it. Dr. Madan Gopal Singh and M.K. Raina and Dr. Renuka Singh and Professor Bhagwan Josh. And others, we used to be 7 people in that. And one award was being recommended, and the recommendation came from very near and dear ones to the jury. And the jury, of course, outrightly dismissed the idea, was because a certain poet needed money, and we were giving 225,000 Indian rupees. So I thought, and I used to just be the observer, because I would have Professor Satyapal Gautam chair it. But as the managing trustee, it was always a learning experience, because it's great to have all of these greats, reciting poetry. I mean, it was a poet. When Sujit Pathar, he was honored the first time. The second time it was Amarjit Chandan. Third time it was Leela, the book, the Bite of Tej Parthi, and, like that. It was amazing to see them recite the poetry they were debating. It was not just one poet. It was the poetry being said, oh, that person's, look at this poetry, look at that. It was very educative. And but then sometimes it's funny to have people who are very powerful, who have an important voice, saying something like what you just shared. And I shared my own anecdote vis-a-vis that's how so-and-so needs. It's not for the work, it's because of it. I mean, recently there was a music award given, and there were 4 people in Punjab who were part of the jury. And I was troubled by it, because the other 3 gave vote. It was a voting between the judges. But how is that possible? Because because we are in different places. And my argument was, I was the only one analyzing it musically. Others were not. They had different voices. Ke ji, awaaz badi mithi hai ji. I mean, for reasons. And the person who was given was off key. How can you honor someone who's off key and not that person who's a little senior in age but doing that? So the other considerations were, but I think on anecdotes apart, I think it'll be great. I think Pallavi loves the idea as well. It'll be great to just have random photographs, and we could do a little thing, maybe we could do something. Let's do one thing, Bandeep. Maybe we can request Raghu Paijan and you and maybe 2-3 others. And we can invite young photographers, right? All people that we know of, to submit 3 photographs each. So those of you who are doing that, whether Bandeep agrees or not, if he says, I'm not coming to be part of the jury, so be it. I hate him already, as you all know. I'm buddies with Pallavi, as I told her before the function started. I'm not a Bharati. I'm the Pekkewala. I'm the Pallavi and Manjari's side. So that is given. I think it will be great.
But Paji, Poonam Ayub is writing in this that Bhai Baldeep needs an excuse for that third sitting with his beloved Bandeep. Dekho ji, gal.
I mean, Poonam Ayub, I mean, why would you even listen to her?
कभी किसी से कहा ना तेरे फसाने को, न जाने कैसे खबर लग गई जमाने को. You say you hate me and this thing, but ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਹੀ ਲੋਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਹੀ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੀ. What's the thing?
ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮਲੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਮਲੀਆਂ ਭੋਰਣਗੇ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਦਾ. ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ.
ਅੱਛਾ.
ਔਰ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਦਾ ਦਾਵਾ ਵੀ ਬੰਦੀਪ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਬੜਾ ਮਾਸੂਮ ਬੰਦਾ. ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਹੈ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕੌਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਨਮਦਾਤਾ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਨਨੀ ਆਫ ਦ ਕਮਲ, ਅਨਫੇਜ਼ਡ, ਅਨਬੋਦਰਡ. ਪਾਣੀ ਚੰਗਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੰਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ. ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਰਸਿਸਿਜ਼ਮ ਦਾ ਇਨਕਾਰਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗਾ. ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਰਾਂ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ, ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਹੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਬਸ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ੇ 'ਚ. ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਦਿਖਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੰਦੀਪ ਦਿਖੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਹੀ ਨਾ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਅਵਲ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਗਿਆ ਕੰਮ ਤੋਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਿਆ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੀਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਤਸਵੀਰ. ਸੋ ਪੂਨਮ ਅਯੂਬ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ. ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਟੀਚਰਾਂ ਕਰੇਗੀ. ਸ਼ੀ ਵਿਲ ਟੀਜ਼ ਮੀ ਐਂਡ ਵੈਨ ਸ਼ੀ ਵਿਲ ਗੈਟ ਅ ਚਾਂਸ ਸ਼ੀ ਵਿਲ ਟੀਜ਼ ਯੂ ਐਂਡ ਸ਼ੀ ਵਿਲ ਟੀਜ਼ ਬੋਥ ਆਫ ਅਸ ਆਊਟ of entirety, of our entirety. So but I think apart from the part 3 which we have to do, and I agree with Poonam Sutshi, I think the two Poonams have the flow now. They calligraphy the part 3 karange. But what do you think of the idea of the process of how do you see an image? And rather than flooding, maybe it could be one image by a photographer on anything. I mean, it could not be just one or portraits. Any photograph, it could be open, and it will should be evaluated for the photography and that which the frame has been able to.
It's a very interesting point, because it gives an insight into the process of evaluation of an image, as to what are the considerations that make an image this thing. But for that, it is very important to define a context in which the images are evaluated. So for example, randomly when the image is not the selection is not contextualized by a theme, the evaluation becomes too random and too personalized then.
That's also true. So we can, I agree with that. I think it will become very complex because priorities may change. So we can choose a theme and then work on that. So that at least there is a theme would give the parameters how to gauge.
It's an interesting, paradigm for conversation, rather than this one-on-one thing. It creates another level of engagement, where you understand the process behind it. So that would be very interesting. Yes.
So I think let's plan that. Maybe we can give ourselves 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Me and you can put together an idea of choosing a theme, and these will be of the images that have already been shot, because it's COVID-19 times, lockdown times. We don't want to disenfranchise those who are not able to go out right now because they're in lockdown. So we can create certain handicaps of shots taken, before COVID-19, or even, until then. If they've already been, maybe some of them have been, if something falls in the theme, and many of them were out in the field covering some of the migrant workers and others. But if the theme is, there's something that, sort of falls within the parameters of the choices that the Baithak series would have made about what kind of photographs it's inviting, and then we can have time. Maybe we can share the photographs already, and the people on the jury come with their notes, and on every photograph they get to speak that this is what they see, this is what they wrote, this is what they wrote, and they hear each other on live view, and we can be 4 people or 3 people, and then in the end debate kiski ho. And I'll be just the tamashbin guy. I'll just be the guy who will instigate, who will make sure that the 3 photographers who are choosing will never talk to each other again. I'll just incite I'll be the mobster who will incite the 3 of you, 4 of you, and then maybe there'll be something beautiful that comes out.
There are battles like this galore. There are battles like this galore. Jury battles are, amazing. I remember there's this contest I was, in, and we were having this final argument about the judgment, and we had a deadlock, between me and another photographer, and we had a deadlock, who to give the award. And when so I said, let us reevaluate this again, the 2 shortlisted candidates again on this thing, and let us see how much, and let us do it in terms of actual numbers. We were evaluating out of 30, this much for technique, this much for thought, this much for this thing. Let us discuss that. So that person, this co-jury person, I said, since we are not agreeing on the idea, so the third person, let us just put our thoughts in numbers, and let somebody calculate the numbers and see who gets the highest points. So this person gave 30 out of 30 straight to his person that he chose. And since I was evaluating, I gave some 25, 26. And so 30 out of 30 won straight away. So after the whole judgment was done, and I was not very happy because the award went to somebody out of this, very compromised process. He walks up to me and he says, तूने अंदर तू बोल तो ठीक रहा था, लेकिन मैं तेरे को ज्यादा हावी होने नहीं दे सकता था. So instances like
yeah. But when I was in the Sangeeta again, the executive, one of my students would have long deserved the Bismillah Khan Puruskar, but then ethics governs. I said, listen, I know all this corruption that you say. The rule is that you cannot nominate your own student or your own child, etc., it's your own relative. But then they would do is that, oh, you nominate my student, I'll nominate your student. Or you'll nominate my son or my daughter, I'll nominate your son, daughter, or niece or nephew. Like that. This is how they barter. So I made a new rule. I said, I have also made a new rule that any student of mine, any relation of mine, if their nomination comes, it's an outright rejection because I give them vidya, not inam. In the 5 years that I'm in the executive, none of my students will ever be considered. I will not allow that. I will not recuse myself from the meeting, and therefore their names will never be discussed. Let them be nominated a million times. Loki हैरान कहते कमले हो तुसी मैं कहा ठीक है भुगतो. I'm there for 5 years, nobody touches. And then there is so much of things happening that my students, I think, will never get the award because I never nominate them, and everybody has so many names to nominate and do that. So it's a syndicate in a way, which is syndicate in a way, quote unquote, which is enslaved by people's own egos, biases, and preferences, favoritism. So it is very. I was in the. I was the dean. I ended at the end of June And some people in the department, within my faculty, one of the departments, horrible situation there, they wanted to destroy the reputation of one of the teachers. So all these years they would give more marks, like liberal marks. So that was it. Two, three of them decided that this time we'll do strict marking. So the one they wanted to malign, he went with the same parameter that I'll give liberal marks, and they say, look, he's the one who's always giving liberal marking. They wanted to just show him down, destroyed his career. That guy's never becoming the associate professor now. So but I think these are fun stories, but because there are lessons in it. There's also a portraiture of how corruption, soft, gross, subtle, advertent, inadvertent, as Guru Tegh Bahadur says, nar achet paap te dar re. That, oh fellow being, be afraid of the inadvertently committed sin. Anjaan pade mein bhi jo paap kar diya, usse bhi daro. But I think it's important to see that, and then to be able to showcase about how do you evaluate an image, and how do you then formulate, even draft the citation together. कि भाई Bandeep Singh तस्वीरबाज ए कारण ने जिस करके तेनू फोटोग्राफी का इनाम नहीं दिता जाएगा. So that process of, all of you guys, seniors, drafting that citation publicly, like together, would be, I think, very, very educative. Yes.
There have been times, especially, while giving the Habitat Jury Award, it has been in, the level of conversations that we have had in the jury, sometimes has been amazing. And, the most beautiful part has been that in the process of those conversations, sometimes, how, what you learn about, when somebody is arguing the case, and when you using that person's argument, you see the rationale, and you drop your ego and you give in to that rationale. I find those are the most beautiful and the most liberating moments in in adjudication of images, because it's not just picking that image; it is the channel through which you do that. That is also created along with it. So that is such beauty. Such a beautiful paradigm is created in the process. And I have had very, very senior photographers sometimes, giving to my views, even in, spaces concerning their photography, And similarly, likewise, so many times I have bowed down and given, precedence to thoughts of other people in portraiture and in areas that I, feel myself good at. That that because there is a veracity in the argument, that it is a strong line of thought.
Yeah.
And when you are able to do that as professionals, as senior photographers, it speaks about a beautiful situation of truth and being comfortable in and being confident in what you are, and then realizing that when you are doing that, you are gaining and you're not losing anything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an overwhelming process, to be in that space, and then there are beautiful moments like Tikku Vinayakaram, one of the great Ghatam players. He nominated Meenakshi. She's a Ghatam maker. Talking of pictures, I was reminded of her when we were looking at the photographs of the the Ghat, the Sa that you shared. So he recommended Meenakshi for the Guru Shishya Parampara, that she be given a scholarship of, she would get $10,000 a month, and her students would get, and there was a tradition of ghatams being made only by women in that tradition.
Wow.
You know, there was a beautiful narrative. And I looked at it just by chance, you know, being part of the executive, the then secretary shared, oh, this has come. Do you think this is a good idea? Can we pass this? Maybe address this in the meeting today? And there was an awards jury that day. And I said, no, there's something else we can do.
This is true, Padi, that the ghatams are made only by women?
No, it's that tradition. No, that particular tradition which Meenakshi belongs to.
Oh.
In that tradition. So
I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah. So it's that tradition only, and then we were trying at the time to have even men study, young men and women also, to study outside, because let's say she was the last in a way. She was saying she was told to be the last of a kind. So that day, like half an hour, 40 minutes, the jury sat for the Academy Award, National Academy Awards, and everybody had spoken. All awards were given. When it came to the other, you know, crafts and miscellaneous, you know, art, other traditions and so on and so forth, there was one category. I raised my hand and I said, well, and I gave the preamble that Tikku Vinayak Ram, one of our nation's greats, has recommended this. And I had the papers in my hand. Nobody else had. No nomination papers. I said that this lady has been recommended for the Guru Shishya Parampara. I have read every single word in the nomination and then the brief that has been written. I would say that, I mean, normally the Academy would say that, sorry, you know, nomination papers are filed, that was the last date. I said, although no nomination papers have been filed, but I have made an assessment. This lady deserves the Academy Award. Although Tikku Vinayak Ram has sent for the Guru Shishya Parampara. Imagine, unanimously the General Council of the Sangeet Nara Academy raised their hands after listening to the story. Coming from South, a representative from Punjab, right? I represent from Punjab. But that Meenakshi was honored with the Sangeet Nara Academy Puraskar that year, without any nomination, just on Tikku Vinayak Ram's nomination for the Guru Shishya Parampara. So they are beautiful. It's not that we are just talking about the bad issues. I mean, the power that you have, if you utilize well, and if you're honorable and dignified, and you bank your, bet on excellence and not for any other reason but class and excellence, I think people honor that. There are very beautiful anecdotes like that too. So आखिरी शब्द कुछ अल्फाज कहने चाहो तो कह लो, मौका है जानी. इसके बाद हम आउट ऑफ द पैन इनटू द फायर आपको पल्लवी की चित्रौल के योग्य छोड़ देंगे. हम इतवार की चित्रौल होगी, उसको हम अच्छा मसाला लगाएंगे, बताएंगे कि आपने हमसे बहुत बदतमीजी की, आपने एक भी अच्छी बात हमारे बारे में नहीं कही, तो लिहाजा वो फिर आपसे बदले लेगी हमारे लिए. आपको शाम को खाना मिलेगा, वो चाहे तुमने बनाया हो, उसके अंदर 2 एक्स्ट्रा मिर्चियाँ डाल के खिलाएगी.
No, buddy, I'm just very thankful that we have this conversation, and I see a lot of people, reading, responding to these conversations. The core thing is that, when we speak, we are speaking on certain ideas that take us beyond the craft. We are not just talking about our crafts. We are using the craft as a ladder to talk and reach out to something else. And in the conversations with you, this reaching out, how the craft is just an experience, is just a process to reach out to something much larger, much bigger, much broader, is the joy and the beauty of these conversations. In Japji Sahab, there is this beautiful line, I think it's Japji Sahab only, that Jan Avan ka ehi swaav. Maybe I think it's Sukhmani Sahab. Jan Avan ka ehi swaav, Jan ke sang chit aave naav. That the context in which I'm saying that is that the conversation is good. We know when we are talking not just about what you know and what I know, but something beyond that as well. And I think that is the most beautiful part and the most joyous thing that keeps me glued on to the chair for about 5 hours. ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤੇ ਬੜੀ practice ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ. To sit like this and talk so much. Um, I think it is beautiful, and I am extremely humbled, and I'm very, very thankful that I've had a chance to touch these notes with you.
I'm grateful that you chose to discuss and share your thoughts, and I hope that our conversation continues, and that especially it is inspiring, assuring for the elders and inspiring for the youngsters is my hope and prayer. So people, are you done with your narrative at the end, or you want to say
I'm done.
anything else? कोई मेरी तारीफ करनी है आप कर सकते हैं आप
रज के बुराइयां कर लो मेरी हम कुछ नहीं बोलना.
So dosto, I want to tell you something. Like at the end of the kirtan, people go on sitting, and when you are about to end, everybody gets up and offers money. So now there is the bottom, at the bottom of this thing that you're seeing, there is a thumbs up, then there is that love sign, then there is love sign, then hee, then and then angry. So all those. So can we do from now on, like because of the timeline, you can see how horrible Bandeep was. You can start with the angry sign from now, and I'll see when did you, at the timeline when you did it. And then if you really cried कि हाय 5 घंटे क्या सिर खा रहे हैं 2 सरदार, एक तकरीबन सरदार, एक कुछ ज़्यादा ही सरदार. So then you can do that cry wala thing. And if you're like wow kind of a thing, ho kind of a thing, then you can do that. Then you can, if you think it's very funny, you can. I mean, point I'm making is just liberally press the buttons now. Right? Make your presence felt, and that's for Bandeep, not for me. So I hope you can contribute at least, some love signs too for him. Say, fool him that you liked it. All right? Just usko bharam mein dalo, usko बहने दो भरम के दरिया में कि वो एक अच्छा फोटोग्राफर भी है जी, उसको बहने दो, बहकने दो, भड़कने दो, फिर वो हमसे ही बात ना करेगा कि अरे तुम कौन हो बलदीप सिंह, हम तुम्हें नहीं जानते, हम बंदीप सिंह होते हैं, हम तस्वीर बाज हैं. So
तस्वीर बाज, I like that term.
ਅਸੀਂ रज के तस्वीरां खिंचते हाँ. But anyway, thank you so much, Bandeep. It means a lot that you took time out. I appreciate that, and that you shared some of the photos that you've never shared before. And I look forward to our third part, which we will share the project that you have never shared before, until somebody else steals you now that they know that you have something you've never shared. People are like that, and then they say, हाँ, Bhai Baldeep Singh कौन है? आओ पर चलिए किसी और गली चल के गल्ला करिए. So unless that happens, we have the 94C waiting to happen. Or actually, you know what? Because that's a different medium. We'll do a different episode. It will not be 94. It'll be 100 something, because it's not to do directly with photography. It's something else. It's now we've shown it. It's calligraphy. Would that be right? Calligraphic works, or would you still call them within the same category?
No. I think that it's a separate space.
Yeah. So we'll have a separate Baiṭhak for that, because I have to work. There are Kamaljeet and so many other calligraphers. I want to talk to them about it. There is Kamar, Dagar, who's done some fantastic work in terms of calligraphy. So I'm, wanting Ibroz. I don't know if I can still catch him. There are so many wonderful calligraphers, and I want to talk to. So maybe we can make it part of that aspect of the Baiṭhak series. And about the photography assessment, I think I love that. I like that idea, not just because it's mine, but I think it's important. It's important. It'll be educative, not just in the field of photography, but in the idea of assessment. How do you assess respectfully and honorably? think that will be. Pallavi says, "Banda to ek hi hai." जानते हैं लड़की कि बंदा एक ही है, यानी कि मैं, यानी कि ये बंदा है तो मैं अबंदा होया। सो ये बंदा बलदीप सिंह, मैं अबंदा बलदीप सिंह। All right, people. I hope you enjoyed it, but you've been so miserly. It's just 274 love signs. It was like hardly 4-5. You know, तुम सब के सब कंजूस मक्खी चूस हो, right? अब मुझे देखो, मैं लव साइन देता हूँ अपने आप को। Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See that? And they became as many. That's how you give. Like essay. Come on. Bandeep, nobody likes you. It's all because of you.
No. Nobody likes me. I am happy with that. मैं थोड़ा शुक्रगुजार हूँ।
रेवोल्यूशन हो गई, तेनू सच पता लग गया, पर्दा फाश होया। तेरे मसल की सी वो मास्क की सी का वो मसल मास्क नहीं, there was something you have the memory, muscle memory, देख रहा सारी उतर गई। अच्छा, जेड़े कंजूस ने ना मक्खी चूस, उन्होंने भी उतर गई सारे मसल मैमरी। मतलब लोगों की उंगली नहीं चक्की जाती, हाय मैं दूजे नू बंदीप नू क्यों कहा कि सारे ना लव साइंस भाई बलदीप सिंह क्लेम कर जाएगा कि देखो आहा भाई बलदीप सिंह ने क्या होस्ट किया। मतलब ये डर है, देखो।
क्या बात है।
बहुत बहुत खुशियां, बहुत बहुत मेहरबानी, खुश रहो, आबाद रहो जी, ते शरारतां करते रहो। Love to Pallavi and everyone else. I think Poonam Ayub was freaked out at me because ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ नहीं अच्छा उन्हें लिखा है that truly and मैं सोचा गुस्से होके भज गई है क्योंकि मैं उन्हें छेड़ देता 2 Poonams, but she wrote that truly encapsulates what all of us who partake of these conversations feel too. All right, I thought that किते फेर तां नहीं उन्हें मुंह सुझा लिया मेरे वांगू, वो असी लड़ते भी बड़ा होने हैं। ठीक है, बहुत बहुत खुशियाँ। Thank you everyone for joining, and I will just now share that in 2 hours I will be hosting my next conversation, the Baiṭhak number, how we say, oops, I need to remove that logo here. We have one logo, and so this is Andrea Vitello. He's a conductor. He'll be joining me live from Monte Creto in little over 2 hours at 8 p.m. today, which will be 4:30 p.m. in Italy. I've shared his brief earlier with you all, so I hope that you will also mark, enjoy your evening, have a nice cup of tea, a meal if you have been very loyal to us and not wanting to eat before we did. But if you've not been loyal, enjoy a cup of tea with a cookie or whatever else that suits your, bodies and your, preferences, culinary preferences. And I'll see you at 8 p.m. sharp today evening for Baiṭhak number 106 of the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, Mēlā, dedicated to Sahib Sri Gurū Nānak Dēv. I thank you again, and I'll see you soon. Khuda Hafiz, Namaskar, Vaheru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheru Ji Ki Fateh, Sat Kartar.